Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第456天，6天。Today is day 456, right? 456. Let's get right into our lessons. We're back above the 1,000 mark. Alright, let's go back to the lesson. Hong. That does look like Tong. What in the world is that? Is that another? That's got to be another like tree or plant. What is that? Wait. Polonia. That's got to be another tree or plant. Oh, what kind of tree are you? Oh my goodness. I can't tell. Oh, it's these trees. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is gonna be... Thanks, Crocodile. Yeah, this is basically all that is remaining of the Chinese character studies. We're basically going through trees, insects, and animals and stuff. It's a beautiful tree though. Their blossoms are super beautiful. It's like radiant purple. Interesting. They're called Royal Empress trees. Polonia. Very interesting. Yeah, trees are back. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's also... Alright, so Tong. Oh boy. Tarzan's inside the temple where he swings on a huge paulownia tree that grows out of the center of the wooden floor. Sure. All the monks sit around him in the paulownia tree as they wear ceremonial masks and chant some Buddhist paulownia tree hymn. Alright, I mean, we gotta take it for what it is.
Tong. Gee,
alright. That still checks out. Huge. That's interesting though. It kind of lines up with the other huge. I wonder what the difference is between the two huges. Oh no, wait. Yeah. Gee. The gigantic and huge. Does this have a word? Nope. Well, that's a metal mech. So, you know, Julius Caesar is working on his metal mecha. I don't really think I need any of this, but yeah, he's working on his gigantic mecha.
Ju. Qi.
Tea. Yeah, that looks like tea. Cream. There's a bit of wateriness going on. Kirby is inside the living room of the house where he is spraying his dirty clothes hampers. I forgot that's clothes hampers. Let's change that up to T for theirs. Oof. Theirs is pretty rough. I guess I could just put like their clothes hamper. Okay. He hopes by drenching his clothes hamper with cream it will smell better. To eat? Let me guess. Sour cream? Oh no, ice cream. Bing Qiling. Oh yeah, that's the tea in Bing Qiling. Oh yeah, that's right. I totally forgot. We're missing the tea in Bing Qi. Bing Qiling. Oh man. John Cena. Anyways.
Qi. Niu.
Hard to forget that. Niu. A button? Oh man, I have flashbacks to... What is it? Ko. Is this Niu Ko? Give me Niu Ko. Or Niu? Come on, man. I guess that makes sense. Do we have an Ko? Oh no, we don't. Ko doesn't have a vocabulary word. Okay. It's still Neo. It does look like Neo though. Alright, Neo is in the basement of the bakery where he comes across Ancient Smith in front of the bakery, refrigerator, and freezer. He has taken the form of a metal clown and battles Neo fiercely. Neo is able to position himself near a secret bakery trapdoor, then presses a metal button that causes the door to open and swallow the metal clown. Neo then presses another button which drops a croissant from the ceiling, and he catches it and then sits on his floor eating it. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Neo ones are kind of rough. We just bend them towards
扭
Agent Smith the whole time. It's good enough.
赌
Ooh. No. This one's a tough one. You know what this kind of reminds me of? Surprise. Is it off horse? No. Probably off turkey. That doesn't look like anything. Both horse and bamboo doesn't do anything. Alright, sincere. What can we do with sincere, bamboo, and a horse with Dumbledore? Dumbledore is in the basement of the house, sitting on a stool. He is mad at a horse who ate his favorite bamboo wand. Oh. The horse is sincerely sorry, so gives Dumbledore a couple pieces of bamboo as a sincere token of penance. Dumbledore is touched by the sincere nature of the horse, but is still sincerely mad. That's kind of weak. Let's go with it.
赌
I can think of something only slightly better, like a horse made of bamboo where he tries to entertain some kids with sincere reanimation of the bamboo horse to create a sincere smile from the kids or something like that. Like a bit of magic to demonstrate. You know what? I still think that's... So... Dumbledore is in the basement of the house where he is entertaining a bunch of magic students. He took a bamboo, a horse made of bamboo, and made sincerely convincing animation spell on the bamboo horse to bring some bright, sincere smiles and admiration for magic from the students. Sure, something like that. That's what I was gonna go with. Okay,
红 聚 赌 扭 齐
Okay. Next 5.
婚
Yikes. You know what this kind of reminds me of? What is most recent female? Tsu. Yeah, tsu. When no sounds. We have no sound carrying. So that's rough. Alright, Koopa is in front of the infirmary, where he finds a single wheel. What was our standard for the wheel? Express? Wheel sticking out of the soil next to the infirmary garden. He goes up and touches it and turns into a female. Okay. Now he is a female. Okay, okay. That's not do fly very well. Okay, Koopa is in the front of the infirmary, where he is trying to express a friendly gesture to the turtle nurses there in the infirmary courtyard, right? He fashioned a wheel out of the soil as an expression of maybe creativity to impress the female turtle nurse. Okay.
坤
Okay.
离
What do we got? Li? That doesn't quite look like Li either. Wait, hold up. Soul turkey. Soul and turkey, like turkey and net. No, nothing's coming to mind. I don't think so. Oh, there is Lee for leaving. That's the carrier is actually the left character. And I don't think there's a net. Net is pretty selective, actually. Nope. I guess we'll play it by ear to see if it reminds me of anything. This soul and turkey kind of reminds me of something. It doesn't remind me of Lee though. Yeah, Wei, the most recent Wei only. Okay. Let's go with the 3. Link is inside the living room of the house where he is minding his own business on couch. Suddenly a turkey runs in and suffers him with its presence. Okay. We need to calm down here. Alright. So let's do it a different way. Link is inside the house. Alright, he has received a quest to liberate a very specific turkey from the suffering of being a very specific poor soul, which happened to be the homeowner's turkey. They suffered the temporary how you spell temporary loss of their pet turkey from some hunters that netted his turkey and it was wandering outside. Right, look is off to the races.
离
Suffer is a little bit lost in there.
湖
Ooh, that does look like ooh, coral. We have multiple corals and reef. Jiao for reef. What was coral? Wow. Yeah, I almost feel like it's also no, it could have been a shi. This time I think we're looking for coral itself. I mean, this looks like who or reckless. We could try reckless again. Reckless kind of failed me on the insect challenge, right? The butterfly. Yeah, we dropped butterfly yesterday. On the reckless, throwing tombstones and moon-shaped things around. Reckless. Okay. Coral. I want to say it's shi. Oh, it's shan. Dang it. Not shi. Shi. Shang. And then there's also jiao for reef. Oh, that actually has a example. Yeah. Shanghu. Okay. And then does that jiao? Okay. And then shanghu jiao. So all three of them are connected. Makes sense. Fair enough. As expected. The Hulk is inside the living room of the house where there's a moon made of coral. Okay. Reckless. Reckless. Hulk is inside the house. In the evening, after retrieving special scepter, a coral, yeah, it's a coral headstone that reckless, that was being used to recklessly was being used by a villain, recklessly endangering the populace. Sure. He brought the coral scepter back to analyze the headstone's power. Okay. Who it is. Okay.
湖汉
Han. It does look like Han. Soul. There are so many Huns with the right hand thing. You know, do we have something for sun and syringe? I don't think so. I don't think sun and syringe. Oh, it is. It's drought Hun. Oh, I should have known that. Drought, bold, soul. Alright. I got this. Harry Potter. Harry Poppers is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. As he should be. He's in the pawn shop a lot. Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he has recently acquired so maybe like syringe made from the essence of the sun to protect him from droughts. He applies this with water from the bathroom sink as he boldly prepares for next assignment in the arid, drought-stricken environments. Okay, bold. Sure. Go.
汉
Okay.
则
The, oh goodness gracious. Click of the tongue. It does look like the, so responsibility the. We're gonna add responsibility to. Because we're falling apart. This part is falling apart. Okay. The difference between the and qing in as complementary characters to this bigger group. Off the bean sprout is like falling apart a little. We're gonna use responsibility here. So Zelda is inside the sequence. Clicks the tongue. Clicks one's tongue. Show. And she has the responsibility to make sure all those who would voice their disagreements by word of mouth and click their tongues at their responsibilities to be swayed by her words of mouth and the click of her tongue. Sure. Not the most elegant.
则
Might get the job done. All right.
坤 汉 胡 离 则
Okay. Next 5.
燕
Yen. That does look like yen. Is this a different swallow or is it still swallow? Oh no, it's swallowing now. It's not swallow. They're both swallow. Crazy. Right? Where's the swallow at? Yen. It's also yen. So swallow the bird is not swallow the mouth. So we'll go with that. Alright. So Yoshi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he is trying to find some secondhand goods to wash and wash and feed the mouth, feed a swallow through its mouth. Through his friend's newly found friend, a swallow. We got it.
燕
Oh wait, but it does involve swallowing. Hoping to help friend with swallowing a much needed. Okay. Yen. His swallow. Yay. That's a pun, built-in pun.
折
I think the right has something there. White feathers. Oh no, that's xi. To learn. Ready, set, go. Load, please. Hello? Alright, let's try that again. Uh-oh. Well, it's certainly not my end because packets are still being sent out. That's very... Oh boy, that's a little concerning. Let's try again. Oh no. How about this one? Uh-oh. I think the site might actually be down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. HanziHero doesn't want you to see. Oh no. Yeah, it's obviously this is incorrect. Please check your internet connection because we're still streaming. Packets are still going, so I think it's something is very unfortunate. Oh, HanziHero's down. Oh no. It's a connection timeout. What? This is the first time this has ever happened. Like, okay. Grain of salt. It's happened once for like 5 seconds. Just like 5 seconds. On all the platforms. But this would be the first time the connection actually timed out in 456 sessions. So it's pretty good. The track record's pretty good. But this is kind of alarming. Because the reason why I say this is I'm pretty sure they're off hosted. It's a very small group, so it's pretty off hosted. That's weird. Now what do you do? No offline mode. It could mean it's an update. That would be kind of neat. I mean, I'm more than willing to call this a pass for an update. Think it could be an attack? There is a chance it could be an attack, unfortunately. Like, you might be like, some people might argue, well, they're like a small outfit. It's not like an attack would, you wouldn't benefit. You wouldn't benefit from attacking a small entity. Those who attack things, it's often indiscriminate. And often they are motivated by the curiosity of attacking, like testing their attack. So it can very well be like collateral. Like maybe it's an indiscriminate worldwide attack for a server, like a cloud service, right? Because this is being hosted by something else. So the attack could be at a bigger server host, and that just happens to be also hosting this. Because I'm pretty sure the two, they haven't expanded their crew or anything. They don't have a local server. Like they're not the host of their server. It's probably some cloud web service that's going down. It's clearly not Amazon web service, because if Amazon's web service went down, there's a chance Twitch would go down, which let's go check. At the moment, it didn't say I disconnected from Twitch either. Well, it's not Twitch. Or, like, it's not Amazon. It obviously, Twitch isn't the only service, and parts of Amazon Web Service could go down. But whoever the host is for HanziHero might have went down. Hang on, let's try to reload again. That's unfortunate. And these things happen. You gotta understand that not all websites right nowadays, actually the large majority of websites these days are probably not hosted locally. It's such an expensive prospect to maintain one's own local service. Like, given the even more so now because of hardware cost to create your own locally hosted things. Let's go check briefly and see if it affected Boom Pro. Nope. It's not what Boom Pro does. Let's go check. That really. Oh no, here we go. We're good. See, it wasn't that long. Minor hiccup. It's all good. We're back. All right. So where do we lose? Okay, we didn't lose anything. Okay. Be back. Find some second goods to wash and feed a swallow. Let's say through his swallow friend's mouth. And there was a little bit of loss, but not that. To help them swallow some well-needed nourishment. Okay. This is often how I, like, if I wasn't streaming, I would say the same thing to myself. Like, oftentimes whenever something times out, I'll give it like a minute or two, right? Give it a minute or two, and then if it's still light out, I literally go touch grass or I do something else. Like, so many other things to do, right? So I want to make a comment like this because when you are very limited and you are incredibly routine bound, this could be really upsetting. It could ruin someone's day. And I might sound like I'm overreaching, but I'm not exaggerating. This kind of stuff nowadays, people's routines are so hyper optimized that this could legitimately ruin people's time. Like they could attempt to cancel something or all that. So my comment is more trying to be encouraging. Like, take a deep breath, talk about it, maybe sort out your emotional disagreements, and then hopefully ask yourself what else you can be doing. Like, legitimately, there were a couple of times where someone would describe to me, "Oh yeah, my day is ruined." I'd say, "What happened? Why was your day ruined?" I was trying to study math, and the one method that I was using went offline. And then I asked him, "So what did you do? What did you do instead? Did you go to your textbook or other things?" "No, I sat there being angry." I'm paraphrasing. The person would say something like, "Well, everything's online. It's the only way I can study properly." Like, maybe perhaps this might be some interesting place you can improve over the future. You know, place in some redundancies. Oftentimes when someone has a really optimized way of learning something, it also, in order for it to be really optimized, it also lacks redundancy, right? When was the last time you probably heard of someone that said, "Oh, I don't need this because I have this. This is better. So all eggs in one basket." And oftentimes it works because you're not ever expecting the thing to fail. And that translates to nearly everything, in my opinion, about confirmation bias, expectation-driven purchasing and decision-making. The one moment when you put all of your eggs in one basket through your expectation that it is highly optimized, highly focused. And it's great until it stops working. Then you sit there and oftentimes emotionally unstable, momentarily emotionally unstable, and you can kind of observe various different types of people respond to this. And I would say maybe the majority, maybe 5 out of 10 people who are younger would have a very visceral emotional response, like legitimately throw a riot virtually to expel their disagreement that somehow they're... I can tell you an example that reflects exactly this. When TikTok was banned temporarily in the United States. That's already happened. If you want to give like a particular example of hyper routine fixated routine that is disrupted momentarily, obviously that one was a little bit longer than a couple minutes, but what I'm saying is even the couple minute ones can be very jarring. It can be very tough when your life is incredibly hyperly optimized. So I wanted to take the time when I was clicking and waiting for the thing to time out. That was what I was going to talk about, but we're back already, so we don't have to talk about it. The idea is take a breath, right? Take a breath. Maybe it could be a time to explore something for temporarily. You might, even in that 5 minutes or that 1 minute, you walk outside or you look at your chessboard or your guitar in the corner. That could be a very defining moment. Withdrawal and sudden loss of one's major accessibility is incredibly life-changing. Like, we're not even talking about things you can't anticipate, like losing your arm or something like that. But these type of things, it's felt very psychologically. Like, the moment someone... I'll give you something that I experienced. So this is anecdotal. When I was younger, one thing that I discovered about myself before was the idea is whenever someone says, when you finish, what next? Right? What next? What's next? And right on cue, Mal. When you finish something, what next? And my first thought is, what do you mean, what next? I have plenty of things I'm concurrently doing. You don't even need to ask what's next. You could even ask what's going on right now, because if I can't use HanziHero, I most certainly can do other things in the meantime. However, I would say highly optimized people, they're serialized when they think. So it's like 1 comes before 2 and 2 comes before 3. So when 1 drops, there's no redundancy. There's no 2 not to get back to 3. Have I tried the app JA Sensei? No, I'm not familiar with that. Ja Sensei, Japanese Sensei? Nope. That doesn't look like I'm familiar with this. Android. Interesting. It looks very favorable. 46,605. Aggregate scores look excellent. Non-linear approach to learning Japanese. Sure. It looks like it's a premium app. You can learn some phrases. Oh, it's completely free to use. Oh, that's nice. It's completely free to use. We'll see how it monetizes itself outside of that. But that's pretty neat. Sounds like a win-win. When did this come out? I wonder. Google Play Store, please. All right, hang on. What is it associated with? Japanese Guru and Japanese Mochi Kanji. Minna Studio, Aha Lab. Who's putting this out? Raphael W. That sounds like a solo dev. All-in-one application learn Japanese. That's suspicious. I'm sorry, but if I had to be real, Raphael W, when you write all-in-one application learn Japanese, I imagine this is going to be using AI data mining to reproduce a UI that sorts the information. That's fair enough. Yeah, that's overselling. Hiragana, katakana, kanji, vocabulary, phrasebook, grammar, and much more. Okay. that doesn't explain very much. Basic to advanced lessons, questionable. Smart progress tracking exercise to improve your writing, reading, speaking, and listening skills. Interesting. Discover surprising culture facts to think like a Japanese and avoid embarrassing situations. That's a red flag. That's 2 red flags for on Cursorary. But obviously you can still use it. It says learn Japanese JLPT. I wonder why they... Okay. The UI looks useful. So I feel like it's probably someone's project that is very useful to collect all the information. So the UI looks sufficient. It's a tool. The promise is this person, like the way this app is described, lack of a better word, sounds like it's AI generated. Not that the program is. I imagine maybe this person is a scripter and does all of that thing. It's that when you think about this language, that's not, in my opinion, it's unlike a language learner or a person who speaks multiple languages, how they would explain their app. So for me, this comes, in my opinion, from someone who likes to program things versus someone who's learning or have learned the language, in my opinion. That's my personal take on it. I'm not saying the tool is not helpful. It's probably very helpful as a reference tool. And looking at the UI, this is Cursorary. I'm just looking at its promotional material. If I were to use this, like if, say, Raphael W approaches me with like, hey, can you try this out? Day 1, I would talk about this. What is the optics? What is the impression I get before I start something? So if I had to give an impression, it's over-promising. It doesn't present itself like a linguist and or a person who is multilingual. So this person is not coming from programming like a language learner, in my opinion. Perhaps that person does know Japanese, for example. However, the way green flags for me is that they describe their app from a learning perspective, not from an advertisement perspective, a program perspective. That's what would separate it from the others, right? Like if you click on a link for, I don't know, Japanese guru or learning Japanese, speak Japanese, so many of them sound like programmers first. So they're offering a tool. So if you don't have a tool like this yet, it will be very useful because it's free to use. So there's no subscription-based stuff, which is great. And use it for that tool. The way someone says smart progress tracking exercises to improve writing, reading, speaking, and listening skills, and they have learned Japanese JLPT on their product, that is a red flag. That's a leap of logic. Learn Japanese JLPT doesn't imply that you do reading, writing, reading, speaking, and listening skills in a manner that this person thinks of thinking cultural facts and stuff, thinking like Japanese and avoid embarrassing situations. That is, in my opinion, someone who is ignorant of the learning process in language learning, with all due respect. However, their tool can be very useful in collecting all the information. Their interface and their harvest mining deals with layering. It feels like they're layering ChatGPT or like some algorithm-based harvesting, and then they're using their programming skills in order to present it in that manner, which is very efficient nowadays. So is it better or worse than other apps? When people always ask, have you tried this app? Have you tried? I don't think it's better or worse than any other app. It collects a lot of information. What I do have to say about this is that person's intent by the way they describe their app is not in the sense of someone who's wanting to teach Japanese to someone. Is, in my opinion, a way to grift for extra money through, if they're already a computer science major or a computer engineer, they might as well make some money, right? And that's what it feels like. Not an attack on the person's character. I think if you're going to make something, right? If you're going to make a tool, I suppose offering it free and then having the opportunity to build a community in which people will support the creator and then find ways to slowly monetize it in a way to help them keep going, that is a very healthy way. My initial criticisms immediately is that this is not a person who either teaches a language, have learned or internalized the language, because in my opinion, this person is a programmer first, simply by the way they describe it. It's not a bad or good thing. I imagine that this person might be a very good programmer. The idea is the description just screams someone who understands there's a demand for something, Japanese language learning, and they have skills that make them very easily prone to producing a fancy looking UI that's curated through the nature of generative AI, or more like algorithm based AI, and you can present it in a sleek model. And if you're wondering, okay, well, you're using one like that, right? Yes, I am. HanziHero is very similar. The back end deals with database oriented information. What is slightly not what I appreciate about HanziHero is actually not the part that deals with the generative AI, is the approach that they ended up using, which it sounds weird, but the weirdness of their approach is what makes it stand out, not because it's like every other. So if someone tells me, well, HanziHero is not like Anki, and I'm like, good. That's the whole point. If you keep getting the same product and keep having redundancies, doesn't that kind of defeat the point of your whole optimized approach? And then also for me, the most interesting thing is the part that is not the same. So considering that the name is Raphael W, and how they discussed everything wrapped in, I would probably say it probably does its job really well. It probably doesn't do what it's advertised though, what that person is saying. It's not going to get you to output. That looks like an entirely input dependent tool. So speaking and writing is out of the question. I did see that what they did was they took the Duolingo approach where, like, for example, there will be a track for this, right? This would be your track. The track would get you to do something like this. So it would be faded, and then you put your finger, and then you would run your finger along this. And then they will get you to output it by maybe only showing you this part, right? And then you would have to fill in this part. That's the Duolingo approach. Duolingo is how they introduce you to kanji. So it looks like, looking at the UI, it's a Frankenstein. It's a Frankenstein approach. So it's a programmer who can synthesize all of the different tools and put it all in one place. And that's happened a lot. Wanikani, for example. Off Wanikani, someone produced, you can probably consider this, I don't think it's subscription based either. There's an offshoot where Wanikani, Anki, maybe even Satori Reader is clustered into one platform. Is it Kitsune? Kitsune? Kitsune.io. Lots of IO stuff. Like, lots of IO stuff does this. Where they call it a all-in-one. And what really they do, in my opinion, is they take and organize several tools into one place. And that's what that reminds me of. When someone says it's all in one tool, it teaches learning, speaking, it gathers. What they did was they created a platform. They created a platform that gathers all those tools together. And to me, if I had to be very direct, if I wanted to be direct about it, describe your platform like that. Not something about teaching like how to think Japanese. I think that's to me, that's a professional taboo. It's a little bit, it's overreaching. If I had to criticize some of these apps description, is that stop talking about thinking about Japanese or having embarrassing moments or avoid embarrassing moments. Your tool doesn't do that. Other tools that you are synthesizing into your platform may help you with those things, but your tool itself, you're basically synthesizing what other people's works are and then trying to create a monetarily, in my opinion, likely a monetarily stable way to side hustle. So, in my opinion, write it like that. Personally, I would say it will probably save your professional career, or like maybe down the road it might safeguard your professional integrity. And at the same time, I kind of like when people are upfront about it. But for myself, it screams take Anki, combine it with MAKU. Like, so they probably have a workflow. They have one cloud service, right? That cloud service, it will funnel the information from multiple tools into their tool, and then it would stack the cloud service. So maybe they have a workflow where they farm like an anime database. Push it through MAKU, a MAKU-like service, and then represent it at their end in their platform. That's what that screams. So what you're doing is you're the final step. And that would be a great way to advertise it. Like, oh, hey, are you tired of, let's say, are you tired of thinking about when your Anki reviews are up with your HanziHero reviews, with your Wanikani reviews? Well, we have a platform. We designed an all-in-one platform to organize all of those things. That would be probably a more honest, personally, a more like I would be more impressed. Not other people might appreciate this or something. I would appreciate that that's what they said, because looking at that page and the screenshots, that's what's happening. They took other people's resources. That's not a good or a bad thing because it's available, I suppose. And they repurposed it into a platform that organizes it. What's another great example of this? Well, a Steam platform. GOG. Right? Any type of library arrangement. Spotify. They do all of that. Those are platforms. They take the data, put it through a platform, and organize it to present it to you. So, what I mean by red flag, I mean it's a red flag for a curated product that is supposed to teach you something about learning Japanese. It is not a learning app. In my opinion, about learning. It's not a learning to learn app. It's more about, do you have all this information already? If you have all this information, then you can, maybe if you don't like having to open 4 different apps and you just want one app that does all of that, I think that would be a great place. It looks like it's doing really well. It has a 4.8 aggregate score, it has over 1 million downloads. That looks like a great organizer. What I would give to that developer, it seems like they've struck a really good balance of organizing all the information without knowing anything about it outside of that. That's my first impression. Yeah. I like HanziHero and Wanikani because of the things most people don't like about it over time, which is the part that is human. This is the part that is human and not recycling stuff. And hear me out. I think this is actually generated. So what I mean by that is Kevin didn't literally write all these things. What he did, in my opinion, to do like several tens of thousands of these entries is he created an internal logic. You can tell because some of the same idiosyncrasies occur, whether they are wrong or right. So there, Kevin probably, or someone he contracted, I'm not sure if Kevin did it himself or Phil did it himself, but what they did was they conceptualized an internal logic and then have certain themes associate with certain entries. So the workflow for this logic is unique. And that's what I appreciated about this product. I also appreciate with Wanikani. Wanikani, they used workhorses. So Wanikani didn't use an internal logic. Wanikani had people. Like legitimately, they had people curate and write the things. So it's like even less a workhorse thing. So Raphael W definitely did not do this because there's no evidence that I would believe they even bother curating their content. What they used was ChatGPT, probably, or some sort of automated service that curated the stuff and represented on their platform. That would be the most rational way to say what that app does. So in my opinion, if I was putting that out, I would immediately say I have a better appreciation for a developer like that if they actually described what their tool did for their customers, not oversell what they think it could do, because that would be sacrificing or compromising their professional integrity. They did not do anything, in my opinion, probably to generate the Japanese, probably the cultural facts. They probably didn't curate the native speech. They probably didn't contribute to the native speech. They did not create any grammar things. All the writing diagrams and stuff was probably not made by them. So to me, that is probably why I consider them as red flags. An app doesn't mean that the stuff that was produced in the app actually belong to the creator. And I have a bit of a problem with that. Like, I will say this. I do have a personal bias against people who choose to pass off work as their own when they are making a platform curating other people's work. That is the argument for AI generated content as well. With that said, if that person said, oh, my platform, what it does is it curates, like if they literally describe what their product does, green flag, absolutely green flag. I would support someone like that, in my opinion, because they aren't trying to obfuscate their work. Instead, that description oversells their work. And in fact, it gives off the impression that they themselves do not learn Japanese, nor are multilingual, and if they are, they're not in the process of educating people. They're in the process of grifting people. So that's probably as honest as I can get from my experience with apps, if I had to make a comment about it. Nihongo chart also used people from what you read, yeah. And you had 4 VAs back when you used their program. I see. Yeah, so they would celebrate like voice acting. They would advertise what they did for the program, right? Like Kevin and Phil didn't say, "Oh, hey guys, we used real native speaker samples for our tools, in which we farm the native samples from popular media." Kevin didn't do that. Bill and Kevin didn't go around advertising that. They said their samples are generated. So that's fantastic. Like, to me, that's transparency. That gives me a green flag. They're not trying to say, "Oh yeah, hey guys, if you use my app, you're gonna be able to avoid confusing Japanese situations." And I'm like, I'm gonna tell you now, I don't think if there's an experienced language learner, I rarely can ever say anyone could say their product would be able to do that. Like, in what way, in what universe do you think someone who's using your product to learn something would ever think there's a product that can do that? Especially someone who spends a very long time learning something. Like, avoid embarrassing situations. It's almost like a ChatGPT wrote that, in my opinion. Actually, it could be so outlandish that it feels like it's probably written by someone who's incompetent. So take it with a grain of salt. Like, I don't, it's one of those things where like you're watching an ad for vitamins or something, or vitamins, right? And you're like, "Oh, take our iron supplement and you'll never embarrass yourself at the gym ever again." Or like, "It'll help you avoid embarrassing moments as long as you take our iron supplement before going to the gym." I'm like, why did you mention that? What are you playing at? Or kind of like a snake oil salesman, where they would say, "Oh, use our app, you'll never mispronounce, you'll avoid mispronouncing Japanese words incorrectly." I'm like, I get it. I get that it might reduce the amount, if they had like VAs and all that, you might be likely to not mispronounce things, but you're learning something. So a learning app would not, in my opinion, make that as the way they advertise their stuff. Personally, like, I don't have a product, I don't sell a product, so maybe it's not that simple. I might be overreaching a little bit here. However, from learning, if I am going to learn a language and then I wanted to bundle that into a product by telling people, "Hey, I have gone through the process of learning Japanese," and the first thing I think about is, "Oh yeah, my app will help you avoid having embarrassing moments and somehow make you think Japanese from these things," my first thought would be like, wow, that would be very scary to say even learning Japanese will get you to do that. Because earnestly, what I spent like 2 hours talking about during Boom Pro, you can learn a language without ever thinking like the people that was involved. Like, you can do the mechanics that app is promising you. Like, oh, you can mirror someone's conversation or understand grammar without thinking, eventually acquiring how to think like the person. And hear me out, nowhere in that app that said you were going to interact with a human being. So the odds of that actually happening is non-existent, in my opinion. Like it rarely is enough. You need human interaction eventually to do so. So over-promising is kind of something that I would say I can see that Duolingo does. Duolingo does overpromise, and this person is doing the same thing, in my opinion. So that's why I say it's a red flag. Not that the person is a malicious person. I simply feel that the language they're using represents the purpose that they're using it for, which is to create a platform and exercising their computer engineering skills and not language learning skills. So it is not written like they understand what it's like to learn a language. My 2 cents personally. Because you would get what Crocodile would say, where like, hey guys, use our app. We've hired 4 in-house VAs to allow us the flexibility of getting them to read stuff for us for what we think is useful. That would sound like more of a language learning focused app, and it would probably be kind of expensive because those VAs, they need to eat too, right? So yes, I do agree that it is great that it is free, right? So we have to keep that in mind. This person is offering their app free of charge. I'm not entirely sure if in the process of using it, it has some sort of costs or something like that. Don't know. It's pretty interesting. My perspective has changed dramatically about apps, especially educational apps, over the years. I don't have time to use all the educational apps, so you have to take my impression with a grain of salt, because I'm not in the process of, I'm not an app reviewer. So I'm not going to go around and say, let's refine my routine for app evaluation. I'm going to spend 1 month using an app, and then next month I tend to invest in an app and demonstrate the journey that is involved in language learning. So the comments that I'm making is from a perspective that, hey, if you already do all these things, that app's not going to change your process. So if you already have something that like MAKU that is extrapolating and sentence mining native content and then creating flashcards with Anki, this app isn't going to dramatically affect your workflow, right? It would have a bunch of redundancy. But if you're looking at it, how would you make a decision on it is, do you do these things already? If there's more columns on the no, it's probably very useful. It's kind of like needing a drill, but you don't have a drill at the moment. So that's probably how I would answer that question. Have I tried it? No. Would I try it? Yes and no. And the yes would be, have I seen it before? Is there some human property that I want to harvest from it? Then I would thank the developer for the privilege, and I would try to learn what the human component that the developer placed in. It could very well be just the organization of the information. Because technically, if you make an argument, this mnemonic here is an reorganization of information that is in English and no no Chinese in here, right? So you can always make that argument. It's interesting. I haven't ever done that before yet. Usually I've heard of most of the apps in some way, so I would already have a pre-constructed essay on what I think. Because the most common one for like Chinese, for example, would be Do Chinese. And then their Japanese counterpart would be Satori Reader. And I have used neither of these apps. However, I've heard so much about them from other people that I could relay their information that they gave me. Which would alleviate what I need. So then I would tell you, right, like Raphael W's responsibility would be to, I would tell you, hey, I haven't used Dual Chinese or Satori Reader, but I can give you the information that was given to me by other people and then take their word for it if you so choose. Raphael says that their app does certain things, but Raphael, in my opinion, doesn't know if it actually does that, is what the red flag is. Because they talk and write as though they've never learned, like, in my opinion, likely haven't either taught a language or learned a language themselves. It's overpromising. Too much overpromising. Like, I'll give you a topical one. Like the DLSS 5 thing. You can have programmers who do very great work and do not understand artist intent. Right? You can still create wonderful tools for other people to use and still fail to completely understand what is the purpose that their tools serve for the ones that are using it. So that's what it sounds like to me in a nutshell. Lots of apps sound like people who think they understand what language learners want or look for or use their tools, but they are designing it based off of what other people have done without them understanding why they do the way they do. Crazy. And also useful. It's defined by you, though. You have to understand how you're learning, what you're doing, so then a tool can be useful. At least in my opinion. Alright.
燕者
Did I? Oh. Yeah, we were here, right? This is where we stopped. Anyways, chain spawn is inside the electricity plant. What were we gonna do? We were gonna use learn, right? We're looking at 者 or learn. Yes, there we go. See. 者, so fingers and learn. We'll use learn here. This seems like an opportune moment. Chain spawn is inside the electricity plant, where he uses he learned how to fold something electricity related. Maybe like fold using a special agent gadget that allows his finger to hold high density electrified material to be used in his next mission. Maybe like electrified material to be used as a power source. Hey.
者
Okay. All right.
所
Saw. Yeah. Saw. Saw on the right for lock. But lock also has a bit of something on the left. And confetti is very rare. Yeah. It's very rare. So saw. Lock would be the closest. It's not quite because lock needs metal. I think we can use that to our advantage. I don't think this stands alone, does it? No, it shouldn't stand alone. Okay. Trivial. Maybe we'll just throw in lock as a reminder. Superman, confetti and shellfish. And a scepter. Superman's in the basement of the office building, where he is. Scepter. Where he is looking for an alien scepter that was locked away in the building somewhere. It turned out to be a trivial matter to locate the scepter among the confetti and shellfish stashed away in a locked locker. Okay. So, okay.
锁
Okay.
福
Fool? Alright. We got the knot from fool. Arrest. The heck? Alright. So, Frankenstein is inside the house where he is learning how to not arrest things. Hi, you're feeling better about the math situation today? 16 out of 20 chapters done? Yo, Mika, keep it going. What did you learn? Is there anything particularly excellent about it? And also, this is assuming since math is going well, all your other things are going well, right, Mika? You got everything else under control, maybe throwing in some art time, some SAT time here and there while you're on this on a roll. Frankenstein is inside the house where he is learning how to not arrest living things in a weird way with his fingers. He ordered a bunch of human stuff with a credit card to learn how to be gentle with his fingers when caressing. That's kind of weird. When caressing things. It's Frankenstein. Like Frankenstein's monster, right?
福
Caress. Okay.
回
Quay? What the quay? Oh no, it's another plant. Yeah, we don't have sunflower yet. Oh goodness. You learned that your foundations are very shaky, and going over every single chapter despite what I thought about it was necessary. You learned something from each one without exception. Oh, well, there you go. That almost sounds like the rest of the stuff will be history soon. Did you try try it with the other stuff? Maybe like switch it up a little bit. Apply that good old foundational seeking. What is this? A bunker? A bunker and heaven. A bunker in heaven. I don't think that lines up with Quay. Heaven is really rare. No, just math. 8 to 12 hours per day of math. Okay, but you're gonna leave some extra time. You're gonna leave time for all your other things. I hope the other things will follow suit at some point. Oh, Quay is its own thing. Heaven and bunker. Heaven's on the weak side. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, you will have time for everything else. Finishing the last 4 chapters by end of tomorrow so I can do everything else alongside past papers for math to do after tomorrow? Alright, alright. Trust. Trust. I understand. Roger Dodger. Koopa is inside the beach house. The roof of the beach house is ripped off and sunflowers rain down from... Oh no. Alright. Let's say Koopa is inside the beach house, where they were ordered to convert it into a bunker. They were ordered by Bowser to convert it into a bunker where there is an opening to the heavens to allow sunlight to grow sunflowers on the bunker. Or which are flowers, to impress Princess Peach. Which kind of sounds like Mario, but where she might be held captive. Then we add a little bit just so that it's not Mario. After day 1, you found it much more fun to stream yourself studying in your servers, so you've been doing that and had a mix of help from members and more motivation to keep doing. Oh, okay. Awesome, awesome. I don't know how much Churn got from doing that, but Churn pull up that task when he was studying for his the graduation exams as well. Let's see. Okay.
葵
Sunflower. Another flower.
燕锁折服葵
Alright. Oh no, we still got 5 more to go. Okay. Jewel is fine. Spider is one of the few that you have seen few others do it before as well. Very nice, very nice. Yeah. Well, it sounds like you have found your working solution. Perhaps you'll be able to take this into your university life and all that as well. Consider it as like the foundation of your learning to learn situation, right? And in the future, I look forward to picking your brain about how you go about it. It's quite, since you said you know a few others, right? So here's my hot take on this. Now that you're focusing on a specific way, right? A specific way of doing something, looking at how others do it, right, may come back to your process. And for myself, why do I want to pick your brain and other people? Because the process, it can only happen once. Like what I mean is, usually humans at least who do this, do not go and dump everything again. So I like to think that maybe this is the beginning of something different, right? If you dump everything, then maybe humans can happen more than twice. But generally speaking, if you're going through the process of learning your process, it is not efficient, right? It is not efficient to keep on dumping your time into a process and then like reinventing it over and over again. So I say this, that's why I ask people, how did they do it? How did you do it? What was your first time? How did you get over this thing? How did that happen? Because you don't unlearn these things. You try to build on top of them. At least I hope that is what you mean when you're talking about knowing other people and what you're doing. Your foundations are for life. So keep those foundations close by. Or how you acquire foundations. The method in which you acquire foundations can only grow from sharing it with others and then having others interact with you. That's what I would call feedback. Whenever I feel people are talking about feedback, that's the feedback I'm talking about, where the process is being shared and altered between people. Because there's really nothing like the human process. AI, for example, is not a replacement for the human process, right? The human process is human experience. It's irreplaceable because AI is not human. So it's not going to tell you what the process is. Like, I guess you could try. You could ask AI, what happens when you forget something? I actually have no idea what ChatGPT would say here. Like, what happens when you are wrong? What happens when you feel tired and can't keep going? Right? Like that's what I mean by this. So humans only have one direction when it comes to their process because their experience is irreplaceable. You don't magically have amnesia. You could have amnesia at a later time, which would really suck, right? Like dementia and whatnot. But I think maybe we're onto something, perhaps. Maybe you should invest in a phone holder of sorts instead of using your mic arm to balance it on. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah. So that is what you gave me the impression that's what you were doing. Or trying to find ways, especially when that one time you were cutting the apple. Concerning. You weren't even using your mic arm to hold that up at the time. Anyways, sounds good. Glad to hear in your moment of crises or like things that you need to do, you're finding ways to make it work. We might talk about this 5 years down the line and it'll be a really fun trip down memory lane. I stand by what I said. When I was 19 years old, I got slapped so hard in freshman year of college that it might as well be very similar in terms of the feeling. Like I legitimately just get a rude awakening, right? That I stand by my words. When I got that grade back, I'm like, yeah, gotta change it up. I think there are quite a few of those parts in my life story. Maybe we'll get to them as time goes on. The rude awakening ones. Like the time I decided my diet, my way of like sustaining my life. I've shared this with other people who are older, but when did I realize that my current lifestyle was killing me? Like literally killing my physical upkeep. That's happened in my life too. It was somewhere around age 28, something like that, when I realized that my current lifestyle was slowly killing me physically. Like I was not taking care of myself. So that is also a possibility that life lesson to talk about sometime. Your first A-level grades. Oh joy. You also made a list of every CS topic you need to review. Very nice. Very nice. It doesn't sound so bad now because what came of it, right? What came of those dark, imbalanced lifestyles came with a balanced lifestyle. So usually I mention that part of my life whenever someone asks me why did I started running each and every day. That's one of the reasons. Okay. Alright, so George Costanza this is Vermilion, which is also Jewel. So we can do a Vermilion spider. George, who is terrified of spider, turns Vermilion in fear. Okay, of a Vermilion spider. Yeah, okay, we're good. That's Jewel, alright. Jiju, yeah, Jiju. That's it. Jiju? Or Jiju? Jiju. Okay. What was so bad about my lifestyle at the time? I didn't eat enough. There was a time that I thought I might have had an eating disorder. Jiju Wang. I mean, I didn't seek help, so I wouldn't know if I had an eating disorder at the time. Eating disorders aren't like a natural phenomenon where you're like born with it. It's more of an environmental, in my opinion, it's more of an environmental management thing from my perspective.
0
I had an eating disorder, probably. I would classically be identified based on the symptoms that I had, where eating was secondary to everything I did. Eating was laborious. It was exhausting. Sounds very familiar, doesn't it? At least particular people who are suffering from chronic depression, it might be one and the same. A lot of times, people who are chronically depressed may also habitually correlate with poor eating habits. So it's not that to say that just because you're eating horribly, it might be an eating disorder. Lifestyles can present particular restrictive symptoms that can lead and overlap with certain things. So it's not clear if I had an eating disorder, but I certainly had an upkeep problem. Like, being at a deficit when you're underweight is not conducive to your health. So one can be severely underweight, and it can present itself as a symptom of an eating disorder, but it could be something else. And my rude awakening when I was 28 is I realized I couldn't do something that a person my age should be able to do, like on average. And then it was more like looking myself in the mirror that became very obvious. In fact, a lot of times when people have something that is causing them to have an eating disorder, especially the inability to eat consistently, usually it would be something like seeing themselves physically, like maybe in the bathroom or in front of the mirror, and at one point they will come to realize that they have a problem, where when you start seeing like you have no longer any muscular density, or you start encountering mobility problems, or reaching a average fitness level that's required for you, the basic fitness level required for you to go to work and do other things. When it starts getting in your way, that's a problem. So I did reach that part in my life. And you probably heard this story in other ways, like how eating disorders are associated. Like maybe it could be high regular exposure to beauty standards or body dysmorphia, that type of thing. Those also exist. I had a different associated problem. I didn't care about myself. That's if I wanted to put it in a nutshell, I didn't care enough about myself to maintain my physical well-being. Which is like a cognitive disorder, right? It's a dissonance when you stop taking care of yourself, thinking that you work on something, but you're not meeting your needs. So whatever you're working on is no different. It's not going to produce a performance difference. Like, for example, sometimes when people hyper focus on the importance of grades while they're consistently sleep deprived, that is, sleep deprivation is another example. And then an eating disorder is another one. So you can encounter these things at the extremes, where despite being someone who's highly performing, you notice that your high performance is dipping, not because you're doing something less. You're actually doing more, but something else is creating a ceiling. So that's one of the ideas. There's going to be a point where you might think you can keep doing more in a functional, pragmatic way, but you're consistently sleep deprived. If you're consistently sleep deprived, it can often create a ceiling. When you're not eating well, it can also create a ceiling. And eating once a day, like 600-700 calories, because that's all I feel like I have time for like a solid 3 to 4 years, is incredibly tragic. So that's 4 years from going from like a reasonably kind of a healthy weight to a dangerously underweight. Right. So that's kind of one of the natures of an eating disorder. You don't think it's a problem. You think it's a lifestyle. And then eventually that lifestyle becomes your problem. All right, that's a little bit of a morbid topic, but we can talk about it another time. Largely because I don't have that problem anymore. In fact, the solution to that problem was, in my opinion, to find ways to functionally think of food as something that can be part of a lifestyle. That's a really, really quick TLDR. Obviously, it took like 10 years. I said I was 28. I'm 39 now, so it took over 10 years. Let's see. Ling. That does look like Ling for order. Another thing you found, you're extremely slow at writing, not individual letters. You write the alphabet out at the same speed as others you ask, but words. It takes you twice as long. You ask, okay. Write out the same sentence. Do you have any ideas on why you lost a lot of time on your math exam due to that, or how to change it? Oh. You had accommodations for that, right? Or can you not type out those things? Writing, I don't really know. I do understand about writing. Not for math. You don't. Oh, so you can't type it out. I wouldn't know. I haven't seen you write any sentences in math. Do you think it has something to do with your English comprehension. I'm not entirely. Math is not required for you to write out terminology, right? Like whenever I say, in order to prove the difference of this subtraction problem, the difference is equal to something, right? And then you might spend more time thinking about, wait, if you subtract a number from a number, is that the correct way to express it? You wouldn't think it's related to having poor English? Poor terminology, not specifically English itself, but more like writing the relationship between mathematical terminology. So not as broad as English, but more using terms. Also, you have to write out full hypothesis test, summaries, as well as various. You also specifically mean text writing, not numbers. That's exactly what I'm referring to. And that's still part of English, but that is also part of poor English. Like if you're having a hard time writing out full hypothesis test summaries, I would think that one part would be being able to type the hypotheses itself. Like for example, what is if you're asking like, what are the operations? Like writing the operations of a proof. Right? 3 minus 1 equals 2. If you wrote out 3 minus 1 equals 2, that would not be how I write it. You can type the same summaries with no unusually slow speed. Okay, then if you're saying that, then it's a mechanical issue. It's likely more than a mechanical issue. If you're trying to present that as to rule out comprehension. So right now you've just decided to rule out comprehension. So then it's a mechanical issue. And a mechanical issue is write more. Because the next thing you have to rule out is output. You have to rule out an output problem. If you can rule that out, then we can talk later. So your example is you say you can type the same summaries with no unusually slow speed. So you're trying to rule out comprehension, I think, when you're saying that. And then you have to rule out mechanical slowdown. Whatever that is. However you're going to test that out. A way to rule out mechanical things would be to write something consistently. Probably the same thing consistently and see if it improves over time. And then you can go back to rule out comprehension again. And comprehension will require that you write different things. That requires you to comprehend it while maybe like maintaining the same length, or something that maintains the same amount of implementation, like mechanical implementation. So maybe a hypothesis that is write the same sentence many times. I mean, you can, there are many sentences that you'll probably write the same thing over and over again in mathematical proofs, right? Like things that you'll probably write are calculating the difference of two numbers. You have to insert those two numbers, but that's a minimum difference. Calculating the then you can insert things like the product of two numbers, the ratio of two numbers, the quotient of two numbers. And if these things you're suggesting there's no comprehension, like basically you said you can type the same summary with no unusual slowdown, so these would effectively be the same thing, whether it's product, ratio, quotient, two numbers, three numbers. They have minimum comprehension. While they have comprehension differences, if you're saying it has minimum, then you can test your writing skills with it, because the structure of mathematical writing is scientific. And scientific means that you will consistently likely write same sentence structures many times over. Like the function of x to the power, and or like maybe something else, like as it approach its limit is approximately a number. That would be something you write very often in specific settings, like the f of x, right? Or you can write f of x if you want it. You'll probably end up writing f of x a lot of times. The f of x as it approaches its limit is approximately, I don't know, x or y, whatever value you have, right? Math and science, it's not like English. I agree. There's a property that's not like English. It is incredibly redundant. So maybe here's a theory. Maybe your classmates had a lot of practice writing the same phrases because they didn't rely on typing. That could explain it. So you have to rule out that. You have to rule out that it isn't because of the redundant consistency of writing mathematical phrases. Because mathematical statements are incredibly redundant. They have to be pedantic. They are incredibly precise. You can't like flavorfully say the function of x or f of x is something else. Like you can't say, oh, x variable in this function. That is confusing. So maybe one of the things to speed up your writing would be to understand mathematical terminology. And terminology in the way I can't spell terminology. I just wrote terminology. Well, you get what I mean. Terminology and the phrases that are accompanying the terminology. Since you're saying there's no comprehension, right? Again, we're assuming you have no comprehension problems. Then learning the phrases for the things you can comprehend would be a great test to see if you can get faster. So learning to always write f of x somewhere, or the derivative of f of x, right? Or like dt, right? dt over, wait, it's a df over dt, dx, or is it dt? I forgot how to represent that. You know what's also interesting is you said that it has nothing to do with numbers, but typing these things, you can barely type these things anyways. It's actually kind of difficult to type these things unless you have some preset input. I think it's a fallacy to think that numbers have anything to do with writing mechanics in math, because you also have expressions. These are all expressions. And if you can't write these expressions, they would also slow you down consistently. If you're unable to write like factors and ratios and whatnot, and you're using like shorthand typographical stuff, like for example, 2 divided by 3, that's not 2 divided by 3, that's 2/3. 2 divided by 3 is what you would type, right? 2 divided by 3. But if you write this, you might be able to write it as a quotient or a fraction in handwriting. So again, this is understanding that you have no comprehensible problems between understanding that when you try to type this, you might be doing this, right? 2/3 is also a ratio. It can also be construed as a ratio. All of that stuff would deal with mathematical writing. So if you're comfortable with that, then I would suggest trying to write things that you commonly write in math. One thought you had is the fact that you consider unusually slow at writing as a child despite the time doing the same as everyone else, but that's not necessarily useful information. That is not necessary useful information. That is also confirmation bias. You got typing accommodations after that chain of events. Those are 2 independent factors that are dependent by something that is not related to your writing or your typing skills. If you are making the argument that your writing was slow as a child, this is like looking for correct answer, practicing the correct answer instead of correcting the old mistake, right? So if you claim that writing as a child and you were slow, right? Just say slow compared to other children. And then you're making the argument because of that you had accommodations to type. That's not a chain of events. That might be 2 independent things, because you might be slow as a child, but if you continue to write, you could be fast as an adult, or quote unquote faster as an adult. Just because you got accommodations, you stopped. The explainer of the chain of events is you got accommodation for typing and then you stopped working on writing. So you continue to be slow because of non-practice. You don't know if you're incapable of being faster because you did not address being slow. These are 2 separate things. Typing does not necessarily translate to writing. You are making the assumption that they are related and dependent on each other, which is not true. Sometimes outputs are not related to each other. For example, making a mistake is not the same as getting good at looking at the right answer. Those are 2 different outputs. One output, you made a mistake. Getting the right answer has nothing to do with the mistake. Because the output is you either made the mistake or you got a right answer. That's how you mechanically view it. This is very similar. If you wrote slow as a child, the only way you know you're slow as a child is you demonstrate that with more writing, you are still slow like a child, like when you were younger. That would be a way to rule out or confirm something. When you wrote, one of the symptoms, one of the dependent events is that you got accommodation to type. And you type faster because you typed more, not because you were slow at writing. That's the fallacy. It's a logical fallacy to say that your slow writing as a child was the cause that you are slow at writing now compared to writing, when you have no idea how much more typing you have done because of the accommodation and how little writing you have done since then. So the way to test that is to write more. And if you write more and you continue to be slower than, I don't know, others, then there might be something there. Typing more is irrelevant to how slow you are in writing. We have to be clear about that. That is very important you realize that, because it is not necessarily useful information, because in my opinion, it is irrelevant information. So no, it's not even necessary useful information. It can be useful if you are viewing it as a causal link, but you're not. You're making the argument that an event happened because of it, but you never tested the parameter at all, at least in my opinion. So something you can test. You can try to write something more and see if it improves. If it improves, it at least gives you a pragmatic way to solve your problem, not blaming your childhood and then using a good thing to determine why a bad thing happens. That's kind of very tough to swallow. That's kind of like saying, oh, typing is the reason why I'm slow at writing. That's what happens sometimes. It can get really, to me, this can be a trap quite a bit. When you think of events as causal to each other, but then link them without time. So you decide to remove time and order from the logical thing. Maybe you'll watch videos of how people write sentences. I think you write faster than me. I mean, I saw you write, so I'm not saying your penmanship is more legible than mine, but my writing is fairly slow. I write in all straight edges. You can see that by my mouse. The nice thing about the mouse is my writing style is more fitted for the mouse. So like you're noticing that I write in all caps. That's actually slower than the way you're writing now. See, like I have to fix my W's because it's like they're curved a lot of times. So W is tough because it requires 5 strokes. Technically, fundamentally, my writing style is slower than yours. You use lowercase. Like this is a single stroke. What's my writing with mouse versus pen? Any difference? No, it's minimal difference. The legibility is different. So like, because I use all straight edges, right? To write this, I still have to lift. And then when I use mouse, it's the same motion. It's 3 motions, but the legibility is going to be different. Right? This is mouse. This is pen. So for me, there's actually not a big difference between a mouse and a pen because I understand the nature of my penmanship. So when someone writes like we talked about numbers, you said you write numbers, right? In a certain way. I use 2 strokes for 4. I use 1 stroke for 5, but some people use 2 strokes for 5. So all of these do factor into the speed and mechanic of your writing. However, I don't think it's necessarily where you're going to get your gains. So I hope you're not talking about watching other people and looking at their writing technique, for example. I think writing technique might necessarily be a red herring because I write in all caps. The reason why people don't write in all caps, in my opinion, is because it requires more strokes like this. It's like writing this way, right? As opposed to you can do something like this, right? Like there's a reason why strokes and stuff Why do I write in all caps? Legibility. Legibility is one of the biggest, and same height. Right? Everything is same height. It normalizes the height. So when you're on like a college rule play, it's also a very male thing to do. I don't think you've ever seen. Yeah, it's also a very engineering thing to do. I'm not an engineer, but typically engineers do this because it normalizes all your heights. And how do you do lowercase? Like if someone asks me, how do I do lowercase? It's half the height. Yeah, so if you write A, it's A. B, it's B. C is C. Right? It's the height difference. It's exactly half the height of the capital letter. And I wrote this is because my penmanship was very small. I wrote in 6 to 8 point distance, and when you have lowercase, the clarity is not that great. So then I started writing in all caps. That's one of the ideas behind and yes, I agree with Crocodile. There is actually a gender, for whatever reason, there's a lot of possible narratives. There is a gender bias in writing in all caps too. Males predominantly, for whatever reason, acquire the tendency to write in all caps, and it actually, I know, like, we're talking about English, so we're specifically talking about English. It does also happen when there are other countries where they still are mandatorily learning English to write, that for whatever reason it's still kind of male tendency. I have no idea what the phenomenon is. So obviously we're not talking about other languages, because other languages have different scripts. So like for this, there might be like a male pattern or something. Nothing like the hook of a G or Y overlapping your following lines. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and for the record, if you're wondering, when do I write lowercase? I write in cursive when I'm lowercasing. And I can't write cursive on a mouse. And that's why you don't ever find me writing cursive unless I'm drawing something. So like, if you want me to write in cursive, it is usually when it is in lowercase. So I learned to write cursive in lowercase most of the time. So this is hook. I was just looking at Crocodile's example. So I write in lowercase. When I have a pen in hand, I could write in cursive. That's why when I'm doing art, my like, I can't do like this. I mean, I could do it fairly well with mouse, I mean, because of gaming. But, when you're doing this, right, you can like do it backwards every other direction, right? You can do this and then you can go this way, right? So because of the pen, most of my like drawing habits and whatnot, like when I'm doing arrows, my arrows look like this, right? It's one stroke. You can kind of see it's one stroke. That is because I still use cursive. It's not because of how I write, like how I write in English. My English makes you do this. So English is where I levitate this stuff. So when you're thinking about like stroke order, one of the reasons why I've transitioned, in my opinion, I transitioned fairly alright into Chinese script is because I write in all caps. when I write in all caps, you rearrange these strokes to create script, a Chinese script. So a lot of times I owe a lot of my practice in strokes for Chinese and like kanji and hanzi is because I write in all caps. Strokes are very much defined like that. They're at minimum, like the most complicated stroke would be like something like this, right? Or like the mu, right? Like a hiragana or something like maybe this, which involves cursive. When you're doing cursive like this, right? So it's a combination of the two. You can still write hiragana and kanji and hanzi, but most of these are predominantly someone who is able to mechanically do these things. So if you're focused on mechanics, maybe that's your solution. I have no idea yet. Would relearning cursive be faster? Do you write in cursive? I have no idea. I have no idea. Do you think it will get in the way of your completing your math exam? I don't think that's a great way to think about it or look at it. However, you could write both. Well, if it's not getting in the way of your math exams and whatnot, you can choose both. You can do either. I think in this case, it's probably you have to rule out mechanical disadvantage. So a lack of practice. This is a tough one. I think the first thing you have to rule out is lack of practice. Because anything you compare to typing is like you had, even on top of it, like you can make an argument you had accommodations, right? It's probably like on a volume, an entire magnitude of your writing, mechanical writing ability. So I wouldn't put it past it. My writing, like my mouse, like I'm doing this, is similar to my handwriting, is because I do both. You type pretty slowly, not really the point though. I disagree. You have no idea how slow is. You only type faster than you've typed before. So you're comparing yourself with other people. That is inappropriate. What I was saying is that you are typing faster because you typed more. So that is the point. You fail to see my point. It's not your opinion that you type faster having typed more. You likely write faster, likely having written more. So the relationship is not the same. You might say it's not really the point. That's true. The point you made is irrelevant to the point that I'm making. So let's make it clear first. You're comparing yourself after practicing. Not, oh, someone is faster than me, that's mean to slow. I don't know if you know what slow is, because the average typing, if you want to compare it, you compare it to the average typing speed, which is not higher than you think it is. Just based on your digression about smiling. Smiling doesn't offset how you're way off the mark, so we'll be really direct about that. You are typing faster than you used to type because you type more. If you can prove to me that that's not true, go for it. Then we can rule out the irrelevancy of my point. So you can rule it out, which is what I've been asking you to do. You might want to rule out that practice doesn't improve anything. Constantly saying you're slow doesn't rule anything out. You find cursive slower, but you haven't used it since you were in the 5th grade? Yeah, exactly, Crocodile. Yeah, practice, right? Have to rule out practice is probably what I would say. So, in no way did I say anything about comparing it to the other people. So you're right. It's not really the point. Not really my point. Not really my point. So go for it. If you don't, then usually the question I would ask is it stopping you from completing your exams? Right? Is it stopping you from completing your exams? Well, if it is, there's a lot of things that go into stopping you from your exams. Comprehending it. How much time are you losing from comprehending it? Well, you know, like, you can gain time there. It doesn't have to be increasing your writing speed or whatever you think it is. You can also comprehend it faster. That's a difference. You can also write more concisely. So that means you write less by practicing at the same time how to be more concise. So now it doesn't have to do with your mechanics. So if you're going to make an excuse about typing pretty slowly, then type more concisely. You never thought of comprehending as a time waster? What do you think you do most of the time? Like, what did you think about foundation work? But what, like, I'm genuinely curious now. The thing that you just learned how to improve in math, what do you think that is? You've never thought of comprehension as a time waster? The last time I checked, not understanding something was the reason why you were wasting time. You thought it was just something you couldn't do to the lack of technique, so just thought of it as a can or can't do. Well, I mean, when you can't comprehend your math homework, are you telling me that it wasn't the same thing as wasting time? To you. Obviously, I beg to differ, because when you make mistakes, it's not a waste of time if you learn from them. But since you don't learn from your mistakes, then it would be a waste of time. And that was because you couldn't comprehend it. Comprehend both your mistakes and whatever the person is asking you. So in this case, your solution was to comprehend the foundations. And your comprehension of the foundations is what you gain time from. It was wasting time, but you think of it as being able to comprehend it at different speeds. That's fair enough. I get what you mean by can't do now. Because you think that what you can't do is not the same thing as wasting time on comprehension. That's a really interesting way to look at it. I'm saying that's the only way you thought of it. Where, like, comprehending, like, how long it takes someone to get the right answer has varying levels of comprehension. And I can illustrate it. When you were using Anki and you look at this card and it took you 5 minutes. And then when you practice this, it took you 1 minute. And I totally understand This is not because comprehension increased. It's not because of comprehension increase. Because you didn't think that comprehension varied in its speed. Which also suggests that because comprehension doesn't vary in its speed, you didn't think that you could comprehend something more over time. So I agree with you. Like, because literally the reason why you get faster, in my opinion, 5 minutes to 1 minute, is seen as a mechanical can or cannot. That would imply that you are practicing the very same thing in order to get faster. Not it's getting faster because you comprehend it better. I totally understand. Like, that's a good point, because I don't think of it that way too often. But it does check out. It does check out. So, like, if you practice something, it would take you less time to remember it, right? But you're remembering it exactly the same way. So that would be a mechanical. It would be a mechanical memory. Comprehending it is how I remember things most of the time. The better I comprehend it, the faster I can remember it. The faster I can recall it. So I spend less time remembering the sufficient detail to recall it. So I reach that threshold faster. However, there's also that one thing where the more you comprehend, the longer it might seem it takes, because you're recalling more information. However, this task gets faster. The amount of information you're comprehending gets bigger. So those are two different things, obviously. Like, for example, Crocodile asked me, what is my process for this? It takes a very long time than getting the right answer, sufficiently getting the correct answer. The correct answer could be intuited in less than 3 seconds. It might actually take a couple milliseconds to as low as like 100 milliseconds for me for a particular one of these. However, explaining my comprehension of it takes well over 30 minutes. And why am I sharing this? Because when you're explaining something, like your mathematical proof, this creates cognitive dissonance for someone who thinks that comprehension is the same as how quickly they know the answer. So, for example, if you're wondering like, oh, do you type slow? Or maybe too slowly? Or do you write too slowly? Well, a lot of times, where is all the time going? It's probably not your mechanical thing, but I will still have to rule it out. I'm not actually telling you the obvious answer. The obvious answer is probably your comprehension. But you have made the case, so I'm going to choose to believe you. That's the point, right? We have to convince ourselves what are the problems. You're telling me you write the same thing and type the same thing, and typing is faster. So the chances are maybe your comprehension is the same for both. All right. So let's rule out your mechanics. Maybe it's your writing mechanic that is slow. Once you rule that out, like I said earlier, you're going to have to test your comprehension again. Because for me, the one thing that is way, way on a higher scale is your comprehension, not your mechanics. Your mechanics can get you, you might be able to save like 1 second here, 1 second here, to try to increase and push a lot on your mechanics, like how fast you can write, how fast you can type, because you're making the argument that you type slow, that's why you can't get your explanations out. And we have to rule that out. So let's go rule it out. Go write more and see if you save significant time. Oftentimes when you write more, it applies to how much you write, right? Like say the exam spends 3 hours writing. How much time, if you're worried about time, right? How much of that time can you save from improving your writing mechanic? And then how much time can you save by improving your comprehension? Historically, and I don't know if this affects your specific case because you have to test this. Historically though, statistically, where most people save most of their time is not because they type slow or write slow. It's because they comprehend worse. So like being able to write faster can also be a consequence of how well you comprehend things. That could be a rate limiting step. We don't know yet. It's not clear because you could type way faster than you can comprehend. You can write way faster than comprehend. We don't know until you decouple them. So if you're saying you're writing the same thing, right? If you're writing the same thing and typing the same thing and one is slower, it seems like it's a mechanical problem. It's a ruling out of comprehension. By comprehending badly well, do you mean comprehension speed? No, I mean all of the above. Like you can't decouple speed from the rate you comprehend. Like what I mean is speed is also a property of depth and like memory, like active recall. Like all of these things, it's very difficult to decouple them. So no, we're not talking about just speed, is what you're trying to imply. Like, do I mean comprehension speed? No, I mean comprehension speed, depth, memory, recall, and then how it transitions into writing and typing. If you think that you're typing the same thing, right? So in order to rule it out, if you type the same thing, like I like soccer, and then you write out I like soccer, that would possibly rule out maybe like your memory because you're remembering the same thing, or knowing what to type. You don't know because you would have to do it double blind. I would ask you a question. Say they ask a math question. First, they'll get you to write it out. Then they'll get you to type it out. And then they're going to ask you another math question. They're going to ask you to type it out and then write it out. The reason why this has to happen is because your comprehension speed or depth and memory and recall is predicated on the order in which you have written it. If I told you you're going to type out I like soccer and write out I like soccer, it will end up being faster than asking you the question itself, because your comprehension takes time to answer the question. So no, I'm not necessarily talking about comprehension speed. I'm talking about everything. How do you answer the question? Because you're writing and the time you save, and I'm not saying it is, you have to test it. The time it takes you to comprehend a question and then write out an answer, this might take an order of a magnitude longer than any mechanical thing you do. However, you can still save time by speeding up your typing and your writing, right? You can still save time by writing faster. And one way to write faster is comprehend faster or write less. But writing less also involves your comprehension. Like, say, I think, like, for example, 2 divided by 3, right? If you wrote this and you have to write down 2 divided by 3, or you know that they're saying express it as a ratio, 2 over 3. Whichever comes first, or if it takes you time to figure out how to write this, what you're going to write, it's going to take up substantial amount of time. And then what way you write it is going to take up more time too. So you have to weigh the pros and cons. Are you going to gain more from learning how to mechanically write faster? Or are you going to gain more from comprehension? You made the argument that it's not your comprehension. So then it leaves one thing you might want to rule out. If you can't rule it out, then you want to do it. Null hypothesis test. If your mechanics, which is what you're arguing with, you're saying that when you type slow, you write slow, etc., you're making the argument that your hypotheses is that your writing speed and your typing speed are slow in general, especially your writing speed. So your writing speed is where you're losing time. The way you rule it out is by taking comprehension out of the equation and writing things. And if you want to make it functional, try to write all the mathematical phrases that you will eventually use anyways. You meant that comprehension didn't change your writing speed. It does. It does. But you do spend time staring at questions and trying to understand them before I start writing. It does. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. But I'm going to assume, which is what I said so many times already, that you're making the assumption again, and you're repeating and saying the same thing back to me. I know what you meant. I just said you keep providing examples of where your comprehension does not change your writing speed. That is exactly what you're trying to prove. That comprehension is not part of the equation. That's why you said, when I type the same thing, I write the same thing slower. Literally said that 5 times in a row, and I'm going to repeat it again. I already know what you meant. Now, in order to test it, you first have to test your original argument, right? Okay, comprehension is not part of the equation. Okay? Do the other thing. But if you do spend a lot of time staring at the question and trying to understand them before you start writing as well, that's comprehension. If you think that's a problem, then go for that. Because it's going to be one of those. And I honestly, if I had to say something, it's probably both. It's probably both. Because your reading comprehension, your listening comprehension is typically what ends up being the solution to most of your things. Like, for example, what was your solution to math? It was your comprehension. So the time you saved, now hear me out. You can save time by having poor comprehension. When you were working on your SAT scores, or in your SAT practice, and you said you spent half the time. Half the time, what do you do with the other half? That's still your comprehension. Like, that still involves your comprehension. So, for the record, I'm not saying that comprehension it's not always going to speed up things. It might do the thing that you keep saying it does, which is make you overthink. And what is overthinking? It's a comprehension problem. So not only is it you staring at a question and not comprehending it, overthinking is a comprehension problem. So the odds are it's probably both. And you have already settled on the idea that you think you don't have a comprehension thing. It doesn't change your writing speed. And my thought is, it may or may not. I don't actually know. I'm not clear if it does or not. Right? You're pretty convinced it doesn't. So let's go test something else. Go and work on your writing technique or something like that, and see if you can get an extra second or two, or like there's a chance that over the course of like a 3-hour exam, you could actually save like 30 minutes. And 30 minutes sound really good, because 30 minutes can then be a way to compensate for your lack of comprehension, if there is any, right? You have 30 more minutes to think about something. And then if you're going to make an argument that, well, if I have more 30 minutes, then I'll overthink, then it's back to a lack of comprehension. That's probably where the vicious cycle begins. So, you can keep telling yourself, in my opinion, which is what you do very often, is you type slow. It's like, okay, well, you type slow. Can you improve your typing then? If you believe typing slow is a problem, can you improve it? Not, I type slow, so therefore it is. That would imply that you must go do something else. So when you start to rule out all of the other possibilities, then the answer is no, you're stuck. And I guess if that's what you want someone to tell you, I'm not that guy. I'm not that person that will tell you you're stuck. In fact, I often think you overestimate and generalize things when it comes to your comprehension. Like, how often do you erase? How often you take your time to connect A to B? Like, let's say you're writing A, and then you go to decide what to write afterwards. How long does it take you to do that? Some people, what they do is they come up with the entire idea first and then start to write. Some people write the idea as it's going. Writing the wrong thing and erasing things is a big time loss now that you think about it. I wouldn't be surprised because I actually think you write as you're going, not as you formulate the idea. So this is I was setting up for this. This example is often when someone starts writing their responses and they haven't comprehended their response yet. So they write as they go. Or as I call it in Gen Z slang, vibe. So vibers, in my opinion, has a higher tendency to start writing something and then lose direction in where they're writing. So oftentimes one of the largest loss of time is comprehension. That's what I would kind of bet my money on a little bit. A great contributor is that the solution is not practiced yet. And what I mean by it's not practiced yet is the act of writing the answer is an output. Oftentimes, when it's a pure output, it is implying that you already comprehend your solution. So, like, as you're writing, the only way, in my opinion, the most classical way that writing speed will impact the rate of your output, the speed of your output, is that you consistently comprehend the thing and all you're doing is writing as fast as possible. Typing as fast as possible because you already understand what you're going to write. You already know what you're going to write. And that was the example you gave me. When you are typing something that you know, the same thing, and you're writing the same thing, then comprehension is not part of it. There's no comprehension anymore because you know the answer, what it's going to look like, what it's going to feel like before you do it. So you would be theoretically operating at your fastest mechanical output. So then you would notice a difference between your typing speed and your writing speed. Because you're no longer thinking about it. There's no need for comprehension. However, that also means that there's two things that could create a loss of time. Erasing can create a loss of time. And erasing could be mechanical. It can also be comprehension. And I don't know whichever one is more, like a mechanical one would be like, oh, your handwriting's really bad, right? Like, oh man, you wrote hand and then next time you wanted to write wash, but you misspelled wash, right? So then you have to erase. That could be a mechanical issue. That could save you a lot of time if you're busy erasing a lot of times and making like what you call typos or like misspellings. It can then be either a mechanical, right? It can create a mechanical thing. It's usually like a lot of times it's mechanical because you're assuming you already have the answer in your head. However, typos can also be a comprehension problem, which is fundamentally meaning like, yeah, you can't spell things, which you said it's not, that's probably not the problem. So you've already ruled these things out. Like being able to explain something is not a problem because you know how to explain it. Like, okay, well, I'll take your word for it. From my experience, most of the time you have problems explaining things because you don't do it. So to me, it doesn't matter how fast you type and how fast you write. You already have a comprehension problem. It goes through a comprehension filter. Might not be true. Again, that might not be true. These are ideas you might want to consider in the future. One way you can do it, again, is to separate comprehension from the mechanics of writing. So you can improve your typing and writing skills to see if there's room for improvement by taking this prompt, typing it, and writing it. Since you can't type, you write your solutions. You write them, your solutions that already exist. So then you're not using comprehension. And then go and test your comprehension. Now that your writing has improved, you got some gains, right? Or no gain. No gain or some gains. Then go test your comprehension. Go and do a math problem, do several math problems. A to C. Do A, B, C, and see if comprehension plays a role. How do you know if comprehension plays a role? Well, if your writing is consistent, so like if your writing, say, it takes you like 15 minutes on average to write an answer, then it should take you 45 minutes to answer 3 questions because you're assuming there's no comprehension problem. Right? Then you will know then that's a way to rule out that it's not comprehension. Because if you know what to write already and your comprehension is equal across the board, then it would take you a reasonably within a plus or minus a couple minutes. You need to test your variances and your tolerances. This should take 15 minutes to write. This should take 15 minutes to write. And this should take 15 minutes to write. Then you know for sure that at least a good reasonable doubt that your mechanics, your writing mechanics, is the rate limiting step. But if this varied and say, oh, you're consistent now with your writing, and suddenly this takes 20 minutes, this takes 40 minutes, and this takes 5 minutes, then you can learn something about the nature of the type of questions you're writing, the answers, the nature of the question you're answering, and the nature of the answer you're writing, that you're outputting, and you can improve upon that. Because then it would be a comprehension problem. There are certain things that you're good at writing, and there are certain things that you are poor at writing. And you can then test that. So that is probably the way to go about it. The other way is you can vibe. What's a vibing test? A vibing test is to do as many math problems, do different math problems. Do different math problems. And write all of them. Find out which math problems are the slowest. Write more of those. And do more of those. That's the vibing solution. So, like, the reason why I'm giving you a vibing solution to do both of them is because in this way, why is this Gen Z favorable? Is because you're still practicing all of this stuff. So that means that whether it is your writing speed, whether it's your writing speed or your comprehension problem, and so on and so forth, in this way, no matter what you discover, in my opinion, no matter what you discover, it will improve by vibing. There'll be an intuition for it. And the only reason I'm sharing this vibing solution now is because now you can comprehend which each step is. You're doing different math problems to address comprehension. And then picking the slowest type of math problems will improve your comprehension through practice. of those types of math problems. And because you are writing it and you're doing more writing, you will also improve your writing speed. Or you will likely improve your writing speed. So now the intuition, right, the vibe solution of this addresses the two principles that I think could contribute to your math problem. Your math ability, or quote unquote speed that you're talking about, right? Your speed of output is addressed in both these situations if you approach it this way. It won't tell you which one is more important, right? It will be very unlikely to tell you which is important, because it's not breaking the two apart. It's putting the two together. So when you're doing this, you can't tell which one is going to contribute more, because they're connected with each other now. So your comprehension is connected to your writing speed. You're doing it together. The other way that I was talking about is to break them apart, or try to test variable A without variable B. And this is, in my opinion, what I think you do, what I think you are doing. What you think you are doing. That is my assertion. When you observe things, you think that A exists without B. So all the things you look at is A without B, or B without A. And then when you go to test it, you're doing A with B. So you can't tell if it's A or B whenever you test something, because they're not mutually exclusive anymore. So this is the idea of using a vibe solution to a hypothesis-driven narrative. What is the hypothesis? You think that your writing speed and your typing speed is still slow, but it's still faster than your writing speed. Your writing speed is slower than your other students, so writing speed is clearly a problem. And then you look for a solution that tackles your writing speed by looking at other people on how they write to solve that. And my thought is that's probably going to get you some improvement in writing speed over time. Whether it'll be meaningfully going to impact your results in your testing as you're brainstorming these things will be it can be disappointing. There's a chance it can be disappointing, largely because there's a chance that when you focus on your writing speed, you are also not improving your comprehension skills. So in order to compensate for that, it would be great, or kind of suggested, like I'm strongly suggesting this, where you do different math problems, right? Do different math problems, write them out, find the slowest type, see if there's a commonality between the type of math problems you're having. Maybe they're graph problems, or they're graphing problems, or function problems, or derivation problems. Find that slowest type, then write those by solving more of those specific types. So then your comprehension goes up, even if it's not comprehension, right? Like, you're still doing more work, and then you're still writing more. So in this way, you're not going to, in my opinion, you're unlikely to spend time putting all your eggs in one basket by saying, hey, I should spend more time writing, increasing my writing speed, when you're not quite sure if it's your writing speed that will get you the results that you want. That's probably a way to look at it. And there's an underlying purpose to all of this. The TLDR for me is that you can apply this, you can apply like variable relationships, like is A dependent on B, or is A independent of B for your artwork and your CS and your SATs. It's one of these type of things, in my opinion, are one of the foundations of understanding how, like, cause and effect. So if you want to do these things, it's often worth it. It's very worth it to challenge yourself to say, well, what is the context that makes A dependent on B, right? And what is the context that makes A independent of B? You gave me an example of a context in which A is independent of B. Comprehension is independent of writing, your writing speed. And then that means then you also have to contend with the idea of what if comprehension is dependent on writing speed? How can you design something with your time to test arguably both of these if you're like short on time? So that's maybe something for later in the future and whatnot. My thought right now probably would be, whichever way you do it, you're probably going to improve. So that's the great silver lining. If you go and work on your writing technique and then write more, it's probably going to improve your speed. It's not because it's going to make you faster than your peers, right? So A might be dependent on B, but it sure as heck has very little relevance to C, which is other students. Like, that is a leap of logic. This part we try to remove most of the time. So whether you type slow or fast compared to other students, is your exam results literally is not dependent on this. So saying that stuff besides the point, it is the point. The point is, this is being too wordy. It's not part of the point. It's the long story. The very point is you're trying to improve either A or B because you're arguing that they might be dependent on each other, or if they're independent of each other, you're trying to improve A or B or A. So it's either or and the goal is probably, ideally with your limited time, do something that does both at this point. Figure it out later what is or, but probably do both if you're able to. Write all your answers out from now on, because you have to increase your writing speed. That's what your hypothesis is. And then the null hypothesis is that your comprehension is not part of it. So work on the math problems that you have the worst comprehension on while doing writing, so you get the best of both worlds. At least the two that we're focusing on here. It could be other things, but like sleep, resting, being distracted, all of those things are also kind of relevant, more relevant than what other students are doing. Like, whatever the other students are doing or could do or can do, it's easily one of the furthest ways you are reaching. You are using a standard that won't impact your performance on the exams. Like, how well you're doing is knowing how well other students can and can't do compared to you is not, in my opinion, it's inconsequential to how well you're going to do in the exam. And if I had a PSA about this is the brain rot. This is the brain rot that comes from the internet. It is useful when you're actually comparing people, like in a statistics way. It is not useful when you are measuring your own independent performance. It's like when I mean brain rot, I mean like it legitimately rots the brain, like the way logic works in a person. The idea that you can think about, oh, this person is a superstar, so because this person is a superstar, somehow that makes me perform worse. It doesn't. You if you say it that way, it sounds absurd, right? Like, oh, this person, they're really fast, so I should feel bad because I'm much slower than this person. And then your performance drops. Because in my opinion, you're using it as an argument to figure out what is it you want to focus on. It's like, well, whatever that person's doing is not directly affecting how you're doing things now. So basing all of the things on something that another person that can't even interact with you, for example, or some of your classmates might be able to interact with you, perhaps, that is like the last thing you want to try to do, in my opinion. It's still relevant. I'm not saying it has nothing to do with your performance, because if you're getting better than that person, it could give you an emotional boost, right? It is possible, right? Like if you're catching up to your hero or catching up to your target, it can provide motivation. So I'm not saying there's absolutely no benefit. If it's bringing you down, it can only go down. If it's bringing you up, yeah, it can most definitely bring you up. So in this case, no. The public service announcement is, if something is bringing you down because you're worried about something that you can't possibly touch or affect, and that thing is supposed to not have any effect on your performance, giving it the time of day is, in fact, in my opinion, a waste of time. So, and obviously, whenever I use that phrase, I really mean it in its impactfulness. If you are unable to parse yourself away from anyone who's better than you, that your performance dips for no practical reason. And I want to really, it's a public service announcement, in my opinion, to people online, like kids, at least younger kids online. Comparison is the theft of joy in the situations that it is negative. Comparison is not the theft of joy. It's a source of motivation when it is positive. So I'm not saying it's one or the other exclusively. When you are getting better than the best, it is an incredible source of motivation. It is a sinister, passion eating, demoralizing cuts, death by 1,000 cuts when the thing you are comparing is better than you. And online, in my opinion, when you're online, you have far more reasons to believe that most people are better than you. And you might be thinking, well, that doesn't matter. I'm talking about my classroom. It does, because if you think that, then naturally it translates to the classroom. It translates to your parents. It translates to your friends. The next time you think about your friends, like, dude, why is my friend doing so much better than me? I mean, we're best friends. We do the same thing. How is that person so much better than me? Man, I really hate my friend now. He's doing that person's doing so well. Why can't they just help me figure it out? We are basically the same thing. Like, no, you're not. I mean, like, even if you're best friends, you're still not the same thing. So that stuff, comparison is indeed the theft of joy. In fact, it is also the seed of animosity and malice, covetousness, jealousy, and envy. You can certainly use some of that every once in a while. Like, I remind myself what I'm envious of every once in a while, but it has to be balanced. So I know, long story short, another life lesson, but it's definitely worth reminding yourself. I think you are doing really great, Mika. Like, that's awesome. And hear me out. If you're worried about writing speed and typing speed, to me, that screams to me that you're doing so well, you're looking for alternative sources to improve. So in no way am I trying to discourage you. I hopefully it didn't sound like I'm trying to discourage you. I think you can do both. Go and improve both. Try to tackle the things that you are slowest in both comprehension, and then use writing as the output. Then you get both. So if you're worried about wasting your time or trying to maximize your time usage, you can do both at the same time, and then maybe we'll try to figure it out later, or like you might be able to figure it out later yourself if you want. I think it's great that you're looking for incredible other resources to improve. That sounds like someone who is constantly seeking to do better. And that is so much better than what it sounded like 2 days ago. Like 2 or 3 days ago, it sounded pretty dire. Like you found every reason to not continue working. Not the only one in your life recently to try to drill comparison and theft of joy into your head. Yeah. Again, I want to add, we have to emphasize, want to add more to it. Comparison is the theft of joy when it is negative. Comparison is the source of motivation when you are getting ahead. So until you are ahead and getting ahead and consistently being a trailblazer, it does come with its own dangers or whatnot, but typically comparison works in your favor when it is in your favor. Often keep in mind that if you already feel like you're behind, like you suck at things, everyone's more talented than you and whatnot, that is where that quote, in my opinion, is most appropriately used. Comparison is a theft of joy when it is literally stealing your joy. That means reminding you of how inadequate you are, when the consequences of knowing that literally is not tied to you. Right? It is legitimately not going to impact you, because if someone did well or good and you let it impact you in a negative way, then you simply lose. There's no winning condition. If comparing to someone shows you how good you are, outside of getting a big ego and being more confident, you might actually get a performance boost. That's when you're there, though. It's when you are actually better than the person you're comparing. So a lot of times when say half glass full, right? Half glass full versus half glass empty. Well, there's also more full than more empty. So when that tipping point happens, when it's more full in your advantage, it's a confidence boost. So it can affect you emotionally and whatnot. When it's more empty, it's going to cut you 1,000 times over until all your joy is gone. So that is what I mean. Also remember, comparison can be a source of improvement. Yeah, exactly. So confidence can come from both these situations. It can do that too. And hear me out, when Crocodile is saying like comparison can be a source of improvement, like for example, if you're compared to someone who's better than you, it still checks that you are confident enough that you have other qualities in order to become better than them. So when you're saying also remember that comparisons can be a source of improvement, And if it's comparison through looking at better examples, which is another component, that is coming from someone who believe they can be better by comparing them. So yes, there is an opportunity where, like, I typically look up, I don't look down. So when someone is above me, it's something that I can take from them. That's what I think of. So it's still the glass full. I'm looking at the glass full. When I look up, it's a place I can either be or even better than that. It's not you're looking at yourself below the person that you're comparing it to. So the difference in this case is the ones that get better at comparing themselves, they are looking forward. They are looking at opportunity, not looking in the past. Like, if you notice, whenever you think about the comparison is the theft of joy, you're looking backwards. You're looking at your current situation and you're looking backwards. You're saying, I suck now, they don't suck. And then the immediate thing you're going to typically rationalize is you look in your past, like, I used to suck, I still suck now. All these things happen, place me where this is, that's suckier than the other person. You're not looking at opportunity, you're looking at deficiency. So when someone says, remember, comparison can be a source of improvement, those people are looking at their future opportunity. They're not looking back and say, well, that sucks. I'm just in a sucky position. That guy is always ahead of me. No, they look at that person and say, I can probably do all of that and more. They're looking into the future, what they're going to do about it. So knowing that there's someone better than you, you're saying, I can get better too. So that's where crocodile comes in. Like, the idea of remembering comparison can be a source of improvement. You can also think of it that way. And that comes with confidence, right? Not a lack of confidence. So one is internalized and the other is external. So a source of improvement can come externally. You can see a better example of what you can do, and that it should stay that way if it's going to be functionally improving. If you see an example, if you look at a better example and all you see is how much you suck, that's internal. Is internal reflection. So that guy is telling you how much you suck, not how much you could be better. So that's kind of, it gets confusing. It gets lumped together as the same thing. So whenever someone mechanically say, oh, I can look on YouTube for a better example, right? That's the mechanics. The mechanic is, if you find a better example, you can learn from it. Meanwhile, at the same time, this person is looking inside. And they see the better example, and they're telling themselves, I can't be that. So both of these things are happening at the same time. The one that succeed is what Crocodile is referring to. It's a source of improvement if your outside example, your external example, does not exceed your internal example. As in, you're not saying how much you lack, you're not thinking more about how much you lack, you're thinking about how much you have to gain, how much more you have to gain. So that is the internal versus the external conflict, or the balance, the counter forces. The other version would be and then it's the reverse in the other direction too. So I haven't said the reverse, which is when your internal force is better when you see a worse example. So when you compare YouTube, like for example, when YouTube, you look at an example, everyone's worse than you. That's a good confidence boost, right? But also that creates a glass ceiling. That's where the negative part can happen, which is you get a big ego and you stop improving. You sandbag. So the opposite is also true. I don't typically highlight negative outcomes. So remember that there's a balance to all these. So ego can create external glass ceilings. So like if you're the best, then you stop trying to be dramatically better and you have less examples at the top. So you can encounter a glass ceiling situation. And then when it's internalized, it gives you a false sense of security, which leads to incompetence and complacency. So you look inside and it's like, yeah, you know, I'm always better than these people. There's no reason to improve. I'm already pretty good, right? So that can also happen. Comparison can be the source of complacency internally. It can also be a source of improvement looking from an internal source, right? And then when you have literal examples, external sources, if people are worse than you, it could be motivating. Or it could make you complacent by saying you don't need to improve anymore. You're already on top of the world. And when you're comparing to other people better than you, it can also be negative, which is, oh, it reminds you of how much you suck, right? But when you think about negative things, like if they're better than you can always look up. If they're worse than you can look down on them, which is a different story. So all of these do have pros and cons. And the things we're focusing on here is the thing that is hurting you is that your internal perception of yourself is negative. So if you're gonna use comparison as a source of improvement, it requires that you're looking at it as an opportunity to improve. And that when you're looking at a YouTube example of a better example, you're seeing opportunity more so than a reminder that you can't be that good. So I get both of them from you. So what I get from Mika, right? When you're telling me, when you do comparisons, the results is a theft of joy. Your problem-solving skills is external. So in a way, I could rephrase this. So your comparison is internal. Internal dominant. Your problem-solving skills is external dominant. You look externally for better examples or what you believe to be better examples because you trust that other people have better examples. This is classical net behavior, in my opinion. And it's not bad or good. It's simply what is practiced, in my opinion. Narrative. So when you compare something, the trigger for improvement is that you're internally dominant. So you think that you perform poorly in order to use your problem-solving skills to find external examples for better examples. But these better examples feed back into your internal dominant reflection. So while you're looking for better examples, you're reminding yourself how much you suck. So one is results. This is the results. And this is the opportunity. So external is a source of opportunity. Results is internalized. So when your results happen, you're reminded by how much better everyone else is with you because you use that as an example to get better is what creates that cycle. And if one is greater than the other, usually if I had to pick which one is greater, the negativity that comes from the eternal dominance creates that feeling of what most people say comparison is a theft of joy. It's only when overall both of these interactions you're overly negative, that's when it becomes a theft of joy. So to integrate what Crocodile added, which is external and internal sources, when the negative when it's overall negative from external and internal sources, it's a theft. When your external sources is greater, the opportunity is greater than your internal source of being less better than the better source, then is a source of improvement. That's something that I haven't been working on yet, but I kind of have a preliminary way of describing this a little bit. Like I laid this out before. This is for like the motivational side of things. So the motivational branch of how to get someone to like do something, right? Like how to get someone to have a positive spin on their thing. So if they are internally negative, limiting, like trying to mitigate or reducing their exposure to better examples is a way to allow them time to build confidence, to see opportunities. So they have to work on themselves a little bit more than finding confidence in other examples. And then the reverse is true if you're running out of ideas and you feel like you've hit a glass ceiling, but you're looking for opportunities to improve, go find better examples because you're already confident in what you're doing. So that then in both those cases, comparing to a better example will produce a source of improvement as opposed to a consistent loss in joy. Or in other words, for joy, I would say passion. Passion is a little bit more actualized. The comparison is a theft of passion, because in Gen Z speak, passion is the thing that they measure. Joy is really a little too nebulous because you can get joy from things that don't help you. Doom scrolling doesn't help you with more things, but it somehow possibly provide joy. It can take all the passion away from you, but it can still provide some semblance of joy. And that was one of like the deviations. Passion is a currency, joy is not. Joy is a result. So oftentimes I use the word passion. That's another diction that I've been focusing on. Passion is what you spend to like a younger audience. Passion is what you spend. Joy is the result. So you measure your outcome by joy, but when someone says, how can I get myself to do this? It's the currency of passion. You don't spend joy, you spend passion. Because if you already have joy, then oftentimes, in a really kind of sad way, the more joyful like Gen Z is, the more joyful someone is online, the less passion they have, actually. That's kind of a existing correlation that I haven't really tested in a social experiment. But a lot of times when kids are very happy, like they think they are very happy, like they're very joyful, right? Oh, I like this. I get to play the video games, the same type of video games I play all the time. I get to doom scroll for like 6 hours. Why can't I just like eat unhealthy foods for 10 hours and then spend 6 hours doom scrolling while I'm eating? They're very joyful already. They have all the things that they think they need. So they have zero passion to spend on pursuing anything else. Like, oh, my life is really comfortable. I just get on Discord and spend 8 hours having people tell me how cool I am. That's good enough. They have the perception of joy. And then that means that they have zero passion to spend on improving themselves, wanting more, like doing hard things to improve yourself. That it destroys passion. It creates like this really cognitive dissonance where, well, you can get more joy if you spend some of your passion or generate passion to spend. Now, and here's the kicker with these keywords. Young people have joyless passion. What does joyless passion look like? I'll make it related to language learning. Grinding Anki is a joyless passion. They are spending their passion without a result of joy. So that's kind of the vicious cycle that I'm more familiar with when talking about kids. What does this sound like to Mika? Studying for math. You have some energy that you're trying to create, so you spend a lot of time working up the passion to want to care, like just want to care about math. You spend it grinding questions. And a lot of times, it doesn't bring any more joy. The turning point, in my opinion, personally, when I see, like, it brings great hope when someone says, oh, I spent a lot of time doing something, and I see the fruits of my labor. So this becomes joyful passion. When you spend your passionate time, your passion to get better, your passion to endure something, and it pays back in the way someone says, oh, hey, guess what? I don't mean to brag, but I no longer have that math problem I have. And by the way, because I no longer have that math problem I have 3 more problems to work on. And if I work on those problems, I will get even more joy from spending even more time having a source of improvement. So then your source of improvement not only comes externally, it comes internally. So the GOATs, in my opinion, if you want some proof of this concept, watch an interview, listen to the interview of GOATs. And I mean like not like bad GOATs. I'm talking about like people who are very successful. They will have an external source, and they will have an internal source. And both of them are framed as opportunities. So whenever you hear like a host, you know, of Saturday Night Live, or someone who's saying like, hey, so you're finished with your main goal that you set out to do despite the goals of other people. What is your next plan? It's like, oh wait, but this guy, he has a great idea. I want to test my theories on how to achieve this guy's result, but in my way, while being inspired by this guy. That is external and internal source of improvement. The ones that are absolutely ballers have both. They not only see other people who are better than them as opportunities to take from them, they also have equally as much motivation coming from their improvements against themselves. Like, you're gonna hear this cliche when someone says, oh, what is your core of your identity? Be better. every single day. And how can you be better every single day when you don't have an example of it? I am my own example. So when an external source becomes negative, your internal source is greater. And that's what I'm trying to focus on. So if we were going to wrap this all up, like, how do you get out of comparison is the theft of joy into comparison is a source of improvement? Your internal example has to also demonstrate that you are improving. So the greatest joy is spending your passion to get a source of joy. Like, when you see yourself improve, it should bring you more joy than the negativity you might get from seeing someone better than you. And then in that regards, you can stack it on top of that and see that I'm improving over time. I see that target up there. I'm going to see how close I can get to that target. Or even better yet, get better than that target. And that to me is why, in my opinion, and I'm going to relate it back to something I talked to Crocodile a bunch of times already, that's where parents come in. Parents, baller parents, like all you parents out there celebrating your babies and being a source of improvement, is that not only do you think you can see parents better than you see them as opportunities to bring back to your child, because every day you're always seeking to be better than the last time your child compared themselves to you, the last time your child sees you. You are better than the previous one. So it's an external source for them for improvement. And at the same time, you perpetually get better because you only see opportunities to better yourself when you're looking at other people. So whenever like a parent is a millionaire and you're not a millionaire, the idea is like, you know what? For my child, I can at least make a fraction of that millionaire or a billionaire or whatever your marker is. So the strongest piece of solidarity is often the people who are goated. And they don't allow comparison to be a theft of joy. They allow it to be a source of improvement. It sounds, I'm like, I know I'm talking in circles, but it truly is a magical thing. A fraction would be nice. Cracked out, yes. Like, me too. Like, one of the greatest things that keep wonderful people, right? Like, in my opinion, I think my best friends, and no bias, I'm kidding, obviously, a lot of bias. My best friends would make really excellent parents, right? Like, I actually think they are exceptional. I mean, knowing them has influenced me quite a lot. Like, I might be talking them up, but at the same time, a lot of the burdens do counteract their motivation. So their choices of not having children is a negotiation that they have with these things, right? The external choices, right? It's comparison that informs their decision making. So there's only so much people can and cannot do. The idea is the ones that are winning, in my opinion, the ones that constantly feel like they're goated, right? They are satisfied, they are joyful and truly joyful, is when they have these things. Like, I'm not saying I don't look at a, I don't know, a person who is raking in millions of dollars by selling a hot fix to someone's chronic depression. And my thought is, are they below me or are they above me? Like, we're not arguing about like moralities and ethics. My motivations are dependent on my examples that I look at, right? Do I feel below or above that person? And then is that causing me to have a negative impact or positive impact? When I see someone doing worse than me, I want to do better. When I see someone who's doing better than me, I still want to do better. That's what makes those people that you see on interviews overall consistently charming because they don't see the negatives in most of the things. They spin everything as an opportunity, and an opportunity that is benevolent. I don't believe in true altruism, so just benevolence. Benevolence is like kindness in a selective way, not necessarily like they become sainthoods or something. Although I do have to admit, there are a few characters online and in the space right now. There are very few people who dislike them, because whenever they speak, they're like radiating hope. Like, not only do whenever someone sees, oh yeah, this guy's really successful, they want to be them, if not exceed them. And at the same time, when you go talk to that person, it's like, hey, come up, let's go. Like, come up with me. Like, let's go. Like, if I get better, you should get better. Let's do it. Let's do it together. There are a few, you can probably name some of those few people who are deliberately, whenever they're in an interview, it just seems like they nearly always say the right thing, and or like the thing that gets people want to love them. And I hope that could be everyone's form of comparison. Like, I really do. I don't know how romantic this is. I think it's kind of naive, if I have to be honest with myself. But I do wish that that is a more common thing, because oftentimes what Mika described is incredibly disheartening, because in some way there was a way or somehow in Mika's life or something like that where they received more negative consequences of seeing better examples than positive examples. And why is that? That's kind of what I'm curious about right now. I have a couple inclinations, and that's kind of like the idea of marketing sufficiency. The fear and FOMO of sufficiency, in my opinion, is one of the greatest unintentional, the most significant drivers in this feeling of comparison is a theft of joy. Because one of the major marketing strategies online, again, not malicious, it's to optimize for business, right? And business is non-subjective. It's incredibly pragmatic. It doesn't take into consideration human feelings, etc. Comparison to the theft of joy, one of the upstream effectors of that problem is the fear of being not good enough. So there's a cutoff point. And if you are below that cutoff point, all of the examples that are marketed towards you will feel like it'll remind you that you're not good enough. It's not on a continuum. Again, like Mika already gave an example where they don't view things on a continuum. That's why my takes are always on a Likert scale, because it's not about whether you're good enough or not. It's more like, how good are you, relatively speaking, right? Like, did you get better? Did you get worse? Are you slightly less good? Slightly... That's a better resolution. It creates a little bit more nuance. However, most of the time, I think the comparison of theft of joy is that it is more marketable. Right now, again, no one's intentionally doing that. No one's trying to breed or condition a whole generation of young adults who constantly tell themselves they're not good enough for anything. They're just not good enough all the time. And then every example they have is never going to achieve the results that another person have, and it's never good enough, right? It's fear. FOMO. So when someone says, hey, here's how I learned to become fluent in Japanese for a year. If you don't already know how to pass the N1 in a year, then you're not good enough to become fluent in Japanese. You might be thinking I'm paraphrasing. I honestly think a lot of times others would say, no, that's not what they said. And I'm like, I'm being nice, in my opinion. It's more, to me, I'm being direct and being transparent about my words. The way advertisements and business models do it is they do it subtly. Like, what I mean is, they not only bait you in with clickbait, they will do it subtly so that it's a business practice. And yes, you could say, oh, well, that's because they're malicious people. They're business people. So, like, sometimes you can lose your humanity in pragmatism. I mean, that's the whole idea. To be objective and pragmatic is also to not concern yourself with objectivity, right? Like, you can give a great example of particular AI CEOs that speak as though humanity is void of the objective value of certain things. Think about it for a moment, right? Like, I'm not saying they're inhuman or potentially sociopathic. I'm talking about humans can have the propensity to lose sight of their humanity and what they're doing in the pursuit of objective truth. Cue the funny, like, science fiction. Someone could say, like, cue the funny science fiction drama series where a scientist says for the greater good they committed atrocities in order to achieve something that was truly benevolent in a pragmatic way, but lost their humanity in the process. It is a very theoretical but also very real human condition. You can lose sight of your humanity, like parts of your humanity, by focusing on objectivity. And I think that's one of the drivers for this comparison of, is the theft of joy ringing a lot truer than the others, because it doesn't stop people from business advertising very appropriately for the platform to tell you that if you don't pass a certain checkpoint, you're not good enough. Give up. It's not worth doing. Ever. And that fear creates in my opinion, creates a incredibly, I don't want to call it an illusion, because some people might argue, well, that's just objectively true. You can't, if you believe you're a good guitar player, it doesn't make you a good guitar player. I agree with you. You can believe you're a good guitar player, but it can, like, and it might not make you a great guitar player, but it can most definitely make you a joyful one. Like, you can be happy with what you have instead of tearing down the person for what they don't have. That is what I mean by FOMO is the major driver as a consequence of business. If you don't have this, you are joyless. If you have this, then you can spend more passion possibly being joyful temporarily, or being joyless still, right? You spend your money, you get that cheap satisfaction of having something someone else doesn't have, but when they have it, you get less joy because the money you spend means less because the other person also have it. Doesn't that sound familiar? Like, oh, I want early access, so I'm going to spend $80. That person doesn't have early access. It makes me feel exclusive until they have access to the game. So for that moment, you got some joy out of it, if only temporary, disproportionately. Download this course to learn 2K kanji in 6 months. Yeah. The ones that I typically talk about is don't do this, not this, not this, do that situation, where like, oh, if you do this, you're screwed. If you do that, you're good. Follow my advice. Like, I hope I didn't say that anywhere in my last like 3 hours, where I'm suggesting like, hey, guess what, guys? If you do this, you're screwed. If you do that, there's hope for you. Right? No. You try to negotiate all these things, and hopefully you can find joyful passion. Joyful passion is a great goal. It's incredibly nebulous. Like, it's all over the place. And it's case by case. So it warms my heart when someone comes back excited to tell me that their time they spent overcoming something was about them, and then they were happy and they're going to continue to do that, because an internal locus of self-improvement is a great way to maintain consistency when the normal behavior is to compare yourself to a better model in a better example in order to find sources of improvement. So you want to have, in my opinion, you are encouraged to have an internal locus of self-improvement. Otherwise, it can feel like you don't have a counterforce. Like, what's the point? You probably heard this from a Gen Z. What's the point? What's the point if I can't be as good as them? If I can't be the best is usually the word. What's the point of doing anything if I can't be the best? And that is rough. That's probably the first thing. I don't want to be a little bit I'm a little fatalist about this, or deterministic about this. This is probably one of the questions that nearly every single parent is going to have to answer. More relevantly, every single parent is going to have to answer I'll say nearly every parent is going to have to answer in the future. You might be wondering, well, don't every parent have to answer that now? Not necessarily. I think it was less common because most parents would say, do the best things that make you happy. That's another alternative. Or the child was simply already motivated by themselves. Like, yes, you still have those children in this day and age, but now they have the free access. Free access, it might not be true in the future, so we're talking about for now. Free access to all the better examples. In fact, let's knock it down, let's knock it up even higher. All the best examples, or at least what the internet wants to tell you, what the person is selling you, what the best examples of everything. So if you're a parent, this is the answer you're going to have to answer more often. And my counter to that is, you be the best version of you. That's the counter example. A parent stops believing in what they want their child to turn into. They simply want the best for their child, not for some other child, or not for their child to become someone else's child situation. That's your counterforce. So this was much less prevalent when the best examples are your neighboring kids, right? Like, before the internet, it wasn't like, oh, here's the entire world's best example in front of your child. So every time your child goes to do something, all they can see is what happens when you select millions of humans and then see the best example currently. That sucks. Honestly, that really sucks. For both. Like, you know, for both. I'm older, so I usually try to think of it from what can a parent do about that? Like, what can an adult or mentor do about that? Because if you think that parents are the only people who get that, no, teachers get it all the time, right? Like, you come in and say, oh, hey, how can I improve my grade so I can get like perfect grades for the rest of my life, so then I can get into the best med school? Can you help me with that? Because I noticed that there's this person online who said that they got into med school with a perfect score. Does everyone always get perfect scores to get into med school? Yeah, that happens all the time. Like, I'm not even teacher, and I still, like, I unofficially help people, and I still get that all the time. Where, like, oh, so, like, what's the point of me liking science if basically there's enough awesome scientists in the world to do everything? Like, it just sounds like all the scientists are geniuses anyways. Like, what's the point of pursuing science? Do some parents seriously say truly to do what they're do some parents seriously say truly to do what makes their child happy? What they do at that they believe makes their child happy. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they might agree at any one point. The idea is the average, I'm going to say the intent of a parent is to try to make their child happy. Whether that aligns with their child's perceptions and whatnot, it factors in everything else. Like, what are you learning from the internet, right? The internet can literally convince you that whatever your parents are always wrong. That could be a possibility. You don't know. Like, if your parents aren't billionaires and your child is only used to seeing billionaires online, whether the parents are going to seriously truly do what makes their child happy, you don't know. It's changed. The perception is different. As long as it's legal and doesn't put them or other in harm, then yeah, let them have at it. Yeah, I like this topic. I think this topic is, it's not gonna go away. Like, there's a great chance that I'm building around this topic quite a bit, so we'll see how that works out. I'm gonna end up finishing my lessons and just head out for the day. Oh wait, we do have to do our character studies, but anyways. Alright, anyways. Good talk. Or good listen. Or thanks for giving me the time to, like, yap away. I sleep thinking about these things. I really do. I sleep about, like, what is another way to explain the internal conflict that I no longer have, but I should keep in mind because I'm talking to people of different ages or different groups or different cultures or etc. I genuinely find it incredibly challenging, and I understand some people are like, what is this, like a game to you? Like, yes and no. Because if I don't have motivation to improve this aspect, then I wouldn't get better at it. Right? So you can take that with a grain of salt. I'm very prideful and arrogant and passionate about thinking about the future generation. So, but I'm not a politician. So you're probably not gonna see me make like a policy or something like that, or go out and sell the like parenting 101 masterclass course or something like that. That's not me. So if at all, before I die of old age, maybe it will be written as some sort of book or something, whether for my own personal gratifications or for to collect dust in the corner of someone's shelf. That's a legacy that I can be proud of, at least for now. Before we're working on our 40s projects, our middle age projects. Okay, so let's get back to Ling. Link is inside the English manor where he comes across a strange teepee. I think we're gonna use order, right? Yes, we're gonna use order. So listen. So Link is inside of the English manor where he has recently had an order that reached his ear. The order that he listened 2 was to fetch materials to make make material fetch materials to construct tents for the spoiled rich kids camping trip. Alright, you're heading off to further push your questionable sleep schedule to be even more questionable. See you. Alright, take care, Mika. Good talk. Good luck, good luck. Keep up the good
0
work.
言
Yen. Shrug. Oh, prolong yen. Or slug, not shrug. A slug! Oh, man. Oh, well, that's actually okay. Because yen is prolong, right? Or extend. So we can do prolong and extend as a slug thing. Right? Pretty sure yen. Where is yen? Yeah, yen to prolong. Okay. Alright, so Yoshi is inside the pawn shop, where he trying to prolong the I don't know, prolong the slugs, prolong the health and food for his slug friend by collecting more and more second-hand insects around the pawn shop. Oh boy, slug. Oh no.
言 0
Ling? Alright, that is another Ling for actor. The Order and Slenderman. Alright, so let's do Link stuff again. Link is inside the English Manor, where he has been ordered to go on a quest to seek out a very rich and famous Slenderman, the heir of the manor, and bring him and convince him to come back from his acting career. Famous Slender Man. Okay.
0 直
Zhi? Pearl. Does that look like a Zhi to you, folks? Zhi. The bottle with the horn is kind of pretty rare, right? Oh no, it's not as rare as I thought. Chieftain is a weak one. I dropped Chieftain yesterday, and it's super rare. Oh no, it's actually not that rare. I see quite a few chieftains. Let's go grain. Let's go use chieftain. I don't think there's a Jur that overlaps with this. None of these radicals, as far as I am aware. carries any strong sound or any combination of these. No, I don't think so. So, James Bond is inside the house where he is trying to he is in the hills trying to convince a big chieftain to curl and move I don't know, big big obstacles in the path in the hillside path by lending his fingers or hand or hand and fingers to toss the that's a lot. We'll take it for now.
10
Okay, let's see if I remember the rest. Okay,
猪 10 盐 0 0
all right. Not bad, not bad. Okay. I think we're gonna run out of space. Oh no, we're gonna run out of space if I don't start doing the character studies. Where am I gonna get the rest? We're probably gonna have to go down here and do the recently learned things, possibly. Because we can't display, okay. That awkward feeling when you can no longer, you hit a display limit. Yeesh. Alright, I think I'm just gonna go over half of these. I've self-indulged so much this week. Okay. Alright. So, what do we got? 直 Pearl 0 Actor 猪 Spider 盐 Slug 0 Listen 5 Caress 咽 Swallow 回 Sunflower 锁 Trivial 折 Fold. You think at this point you're at a 60-40 combo to study rate? Is this not a normal thing for you? It's periodic. So not a normal thing. It's a normal thing mechanically. So like whenever it comes up, it's a 60-40. It doesn't come up every day though. It comes up like once a once a week. It comes up when I have someone to talk to or someone solving a problem. So this is a novel new thing. It tends to subside when people, like the vast majority of people that I speak to, they're independent people. So they typically eventually simply have things that they do. And then eventually they come back and then we'll talk for a bit and then they leave, that kind of thing. So there is usually, so this is uncharacteristic. The last week was incredibly uncharacteristic, largely because it's a special time. Mika is preparing for her final, like all of her final exam, like really big important exam stuff. That's exceptional. Like whenever something exceptional comes up, it can change the thing. But usually we would go 2 or 3 months and it would be maybe a slight conversation here and there once a week, possibly, or once every 2 weeks, and I would be trekking along. In fact, a lot of times I make up the time by doing personal pursuits. So I fill in a lot of gaps with personal pursuits. Nowadays, though, you could say this could be the new norm. Could be the new norm. And then it would be less about studying, and then we can make it about something else, right? The alternative is that when we make it more about conversation, we can change up how I study. So I could simply do all the studying and have the conversation in the stream and studying in the background. So then the studying wouldn't necessarily be part of the streaming until I can get caught up. So like I could turn off the stream now, do these 1,000 reviews. You might be thinking, oh, isn't that nuts? It's a lot faster when I'm not like focusing on other things, right? This is the balance approach right now. We're doing the balance approach. There's no hyper focusing on at the moment. I strictly know where my limitations are. And I talked about this before, where there's gonna come a time if something takes off or something leads into another thing, we'll have to rethink about how to adjust our schedule. I wouldn't change everything. Yeah, optimize for balance at all the time. You know me. So when this becomes a more consistent thing, so for now, this is an anomaly. This past week, which happens to include the 3 days that we have conversed, 3 or 4 days that we have conversed, Crocodile, it's an anomaly. It generally does not happen back to back to back. It has happened more regularly in the recent months, like last week, 3 days in a row, which is why today we didn't start at 1,000. We actually already started at 700 because the previous week there were 3 or 4 days in a row, and that does deal with like someone like Mika who's going through a very interesting time in their lives. It's very different from your average day routine. And the thing I often take advantage of is these moments are very important. So let's make them important. Right? If you don't talk about these things, where else are you going to get to talk about these things? I feel like the least I could do, at least in my opinion, is that offer the general courtesy to entertain and make it worth it, because you only live through these moments once. For myself, you could argue, oh, well, you have conversations with a lot of people. It's like, yeah, but every person is different. So it is an opportunity for me as well. That's kind of the idea. You have to build on the trust of others like you have to start somewhere. I often feel when people think of creating trust, they think that somehow when one person you trust suddenly turns into 10,000 people that trust you. Not really. It's starting is like a very underrated comment. Starting is one of the hardest, you know, forming your foundations, again, like the last couple of days, the foundations of things. A great foundation is for a lifetime, and it's pretty much going to be one of the hardest things to do every single time. That comes with the investment in people. So everything else, yeah, it's not less important. It's largely built upon that strong foundation. And we'll see how we have to change up the foundations. Maybe. For now, still manageable. Still manageable. Let's see. Got the bamboo and the horse. Oh. Duel. Sincere. No. What the metal clown? I don't know which word it is. I think it's the same word. It's not twist. Oh my goodness, the button. Got wrecked by the button again. Tea. Cream. Duh. Click of tongue. Click of one's tongue. Hone. What type of tree are you? Oh, what is it? The Paulownia? Or something like that? A Paulownia? Jew. Huge. When female. Fun. Boldly. Ooh. Oral. Lee. It's a fun challenge too, because one interesting thing that I'm also doing is how long can I have a conversation and still remember what I have studied for the day. A great testament, at least in my opinion, a great testament to my encoding strategy, or like how well my short-term memory and long-term memory is, or how it's working, is that despite having like long periods of conversation, right, the whole idea is, well, I still remember details. So you're not like, how far can I be distracted before things start going out of hand? And it's through practice. A lot of times there is quite a bit of like secret, or not really secret, but very observable consequences of engaging in these type of conversations in order to get better at them through output. See. Silicon. Oh, now we're getting into yesterday's. Brown. Twa. Twa. That'd be 12, yeah. Steep bank. Yeah, steep bank. Mung. That water covering all splashy, splishy, splashy, covering all over the place. Exquisite. Is it? No. Drizzle. It's drizzle. Can't actually see that. Okay, 2 blades. Okay. So. Astringent. Hi. Typhoon. Oh. Hmm. It's either Hui or Hui. I'm gonna go with Hui. Harvest. Oh no, it's Hua. Dang it. It happens in the office building. Oh, that stinks. Alright. Well. Ling. Again. Right? Exquisite. That's exquisite. Yeah. Dang it. It's a holy general with flowers again. Oh, this is Jiang. Fine. Yin. Like there or here. Okay. I think that's okay. What the horse? Okay. Ma. Ant. Yeah. Yeah, furniture. Sheng. Rise. Ma. Is that Ma again? I guess it's oh, it's agate. When sink. Chu. Chick. Hung. Splash. Oof. This one is like, yee. Like, ugh. Okay. Something about aisle. Having a bottle. Oh my goodness. Send help. Dirt. Where does the dirt come in? I changed to right. Oh goodness. Jun is okay. So the tile is the weak part. Tile sample. Okay. This is the kutsu. I made a big deal of kutsu. Ni, you female. Li, Chinese mile. Or partnership. 借 borrow. Bit obviously. Yo, what, mate? What? Oh? Oh, yeah, seemingly. Da. Oyster. Jung, solicit. Qian. How do we qian things up? Starch. Oh, starch is starting to get loose. It. Or like in trust.不是来。甲。为什么是甲？甲odd. Ooh, announce. Ooh, duplicate. You're out for the day, mate? Hope the rest. Yeah, we're gonna finish up here. Thanks for chilling, Crocodile. Always a pleasure. Right? Always a pleasure. Take care, take care. Okay. Nope. That doesn't. Yin? Or is it yin? I guess it'd be yin. Yin is. Yin. Yin for recite. That's chi. Chi for maggots. Cool. Butterfly. Ying. Cherry. Yang. Roof beam. Joe. Not again. Oh, we combined these, right? Yeah, helmet. That works out. Covered up. Yo. Prostitute. Yo. Mount. Yo. Beautiful. Ian. Flaw. Or amber. So air. Ming. Not Ming. Wan. Draw carriage. Oh no, the fiery mustache. Yo. Like, bright. Swall. Insight. Ooh. Disobedience. Sal. Scratch. True. Way. Ancient measurement. E. Size and weight. Being. Report. When. Meat or fish. High. Down of water. Oh. Unexpectedly meet. Ding. Utmost. Way. Curtain. Yo. Guy. One. Buzz. Yo. Pomelo. That doesn't seem right. Wait. Does that seem right? Gun. Oh, yeah, gun. Olive. Tiao. Haggard. Yeah. Choke on. Yong. Sight. Yin. Preserve. One. Wash. Yang. Millet. Oh, no. On. Yeah, I. Yi, surprise. Ming. First lips. Spurt. Lu. Salary. Zhi. Chinese foot. Thick soup. Wait. Dark. D. Chirp. Fly. Squint. Han, vast. E, radiate. Harden. A, arc. Way, 10 hide. Ooh, powering. Tsu, ancestral tomb or ancestral hall. Ooh, no, no. Wait, yes. Ooh, or no, Kwai, Naku. Kwai, croak. I, bones. Tongue, break-heated bed. Twin, slip out. Ding, pacify. Go, careless. Play, collection. Xiao, free? I'm pretty sure. Oh no, that's yeah. That's fine. Xiao, precipitous. E, protect. Jewel. Wait. Yeah, Jewel. Foreign. That's a bit of a weak one. T, draw. J, pick. Law, ease. May. Roof beam? Not roof beam, a lintel. Done. Warehouse. Yeah. B. Shabby. Cool. Rarely. Oh no, wait, this is law. Jeez. Ishishima. Good. No, it is good. It went with my gut feeling. Good. Giggle. Or no, chuckle. Giggle, chuckle. Close enough. Ooh. Mutter. Gun. Stem. Qiao, this is free. As opposed to Qiao. Right. Precipitous. Chew. Abundant. And jur. Oh. Okay, that's pretty solid with 2. And they're kind of a mixed bag. There's 1 from 2 from yesterday's batch, and then there's Niall. Neo. Metal. Alright, so Neo is be pushing buttons to get rid of the, maybe a metal button to get rid of the metal clown. Alright, I think that's okay. We'll let it cook. Oh, the orchid and the grain stalk. Trying to like decorate the place with alien plants that was harvested from alien plants. Okay, alien planets. Yeah, that's kind of weak. And then Chung is kind of weak too. That's getting the soil, the tile soil sample in a bottle to get examined to discern what type of agent is in it. That's pretty good though. We're back down to 2. That's pretty good. And then maybe 2 or 3 slightly jumping the gun. Eventually we'll cash all this out. Eventually. But we do have to head off today. Tomorrow being Wanikani lesson day. Alright folks, that's a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by. Plenty of time to yap, talk about things, practice. I've got, it is a great practice for me to line out and outline things about, I guess, would you file it under executive function? Maybe executive function. But oftentimes it's to share, talk about relationships, like, what I mean by relationships, I mean relationships between variables, right? How to set up, quickly set up, sort of social experiments or training ideas, and then parsing, right? Cause and effect. I do like constantly challenging myself and challenging others to create compelling arguments, or looking at relationships, what to practice, what to plan and whatnot, because those are, decision making is ever important, and critical thinking is essential in a time where perhaps the goals and actions may come decoupled or have very specific nuances that feel like there are no alternatives or no other forms of inspiration. And getting an opportunity to collectively accumulate information, observational data between people while sharing and interacting produces a mutual feeling of growth. And whether this is scalable or not, which Crocodile really raises a important question. Is this not a normal thing for me? It certainly isn't. We can most certainly make it a normal thing. We'll see how it flows in the future. For now, we have like a bottom line that we're gonna adhere to. Right now, kind of missing the mark a little bit because I'm indulging quite a bit. I don't like letting, much like my open invitation, I don't like the opportunity for human interaction to slip through. Opportunities for human interaction is far rarer, and it's a luxury and a privilege. It might not be in the future, but for now, it's a dwindling expectation of one's typical daily routine. So hopefully, I can at least offer something like that for the occasional. Until next time, 大家下次见。大家观看。See you, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Right? Bye.